Good morning and a very warm welcome to Teddington Theatre Club's Valentine's Weekend celebrations. What's Love Got to Do with It? I'm Lottie Walker, the Artistic Director here at Hampton Hill Theatre, and it's been my absolute pleasure to work on this wonderful event with a truly wonderful group of people. Our lovely theatre has been closed for the best part of a year now, and although we've undertaken several small-scale projects during this period, we've missed working together as one company, and we've missed our audiences. Back in June 2020, we hit upon the idea of 24 hours of continuous drama as a way to involve as many of our people as wanted to be involved. And our Wilde weekend, celebrating the life and work of Oscar Wilde, involved 62 performers and 48 pieces of work. When we decided to repeat the project with a different theme, we had so much interest that we were unable to contain ourselves to one full day, so we're back with another 24 hours. This time, however, we've over 80 performers and 150 pieces of work. And we've learned our lesson. We're not staying up all night this time. We've some really wonderful entertainment lined up over the next 2 days, including new writing, old classics, and much in between. The full programme is available to view digitally on our website, where you'll also find a donate button. Everything this weekend is free to view, but the pandemic has hit theatres hard and we've had no income for many months. Even the smallest donation will help towards keeping our theatre open and in good repair. I do hope that you enjoy what we have to offer and that you'll do as I have done in revisiting some favourite old pieces and finding joy in new ones. The show proper starts in a couple of minutes, but I'm so pleased that you early birds have been able to join me before the curtain. As the manager of the performance sits before the curtain on the boards and looks into the fair, a feeling of profound melancholy comes over him and his survey of the bustling place. There is a great quantity of eating and drinking, making love and jilting, laughing and the contrary, smoking, cheating, fighting, dancing and fiddling. There are bullies pushing about, bucks ogling the women, knaves picking pockets, policemen on the lookout, quacks, other quacks, plague take 'em, bawling in front of their booths, and yokels looking up at the tinselled dancers and poor old rouge tumblers, while the light-fingered folk are operating upon their pockets behind. Yes, this is Vanity Fair, not a moral place, certainly, nor a merry one. They're very noisy. Look at the faces of the actors and buffoons when they come off from their business, and Tom Fool wishing the paint off his cheeks before he sits down to dinner with his wife and the little Jack Puddings behind the canvas. The curtain will be up presently, and he'll be turning over head and heels and crying, "How are you?" A man with a reflective turn of mind walking through an exhibition of this sort will not be oppressed, I take it, by his own or other people's hilarity. An episode of humour or kindness touches and amuses him here and there. A pretty child looking at a gingerbread stall, a pretty girl blushing whilst her lover talks to her and choosing her fairing. Tom Fool, yonder beyond the wagon, mumbling his bone with the honest family which lives by his tumbling. But the general impression is one more melancholy than mirthful. When you come home, you sit down in a sober, contemplative, not uncharitable frame of mind and apply yourself to your books or your business. I've no other moral than this to tag to the present story of Vanity Fair. Some people consider fairs immoral altogether and eschew such with their servants and families. Very likely they're right. But persons who think otherwise and are of a lazy or a benevolent or a sarcastic mood may perhaps like to step in for half an hour and look at the performances. There are scenes of all sorts, some dreadful combats, some grand and lofty horse riding, some scenes of high life and some of very middling indeed, some love-making for the sentimental, and some light comic business, the whole accompanied by appropriate scenery and brilliantly illuminated with the author's own candles. What more has the manager of the performance to say? To acknowledge the kindness with which it has been received in all the principal towns of England through which the show has passed, and where it has been most favourably noticed by the respective conductors of the public press and by the nobility and gentry. He is proud to think that his puppets have given satisfaction to the very best in the empire. And with this, and a profound bow to his patron, the manager retires and the curtain rises.
Oh, thank you, Lottie. What a lovely, lovely reading to open our wonderful celebration of all things love on this very special weekend. Well, I'd now like to introduce our Children's Story Hour, where today we have 3 delightful stories for you to enjoy. We're going to start with one of the most famous love stories of all time, Romeo and Juliet. But the version you're about to hear is a little different. It's the story of Romeo and Juliet, especially adapted for children by E. Nesbit from the play by William Shakespeare. And here to read it for you is Lydia Kennard.
Once upon a time, there lived in Verona 2 great families named Montague and Capulet. They were both rich, and I suppose they were as sensible in most things as other rich people. But in one thing they were extremely silly. There was an old quarrel between the 2 families, and instead of making it up like reasonable of their quarrel and would not let it die out, so that a Montague wouldn't speak to a Capulet if he met one in the street, nor a Capulet to a Montague, or if they did speak, it was to say rude and unpleasant things, which often ended in a fight. And their relations and servants were just as foolish, so that street fights and duels and uncomfortableness of that kind were always growing out of the Montague and Capulet quarrel. Now, Lord Capulet, the head of that family, gave a party, a grand supper and a dance, and he was so hospitable that he said anyone might come to it except, of course, the Montagues. But there was a young Montague named Romeo, who was very much wanted to be there because Rosaline, the lady he loved, had been asked. This lady had never been at all kind to him, and he had no reason to love her. But the fact was that he wanted to love somebody, and as he hadn't seen the right lady, he was obliged to love the wrong one. So, to the Capulet's grand party he came, with his friends, Mercutio and Benvolio. Old Capulet welcomed him and his 2 friends very kindly, and young Romeo moved about among the crowd of courtly folk dressed in their velvets and satins, the men with jewelled sword hilts and collars, and the ladies with brilliant gems on breast and arms, and stones of price set in their bright girdles. Romeo was in his best too, and though he wore a black mask over his eyes and nose, everyone could see by his mouth and his hair and the way he held his head that he was 12 times handsomer than anyone else in the room. Presently, amid the dancers, he saw a lady so beautiful and so lovable that from the moment on, he never again gave one thought to that Rosaline who he had thought he loved. And he looked at this other fair lady as she moved in the dance in her white satin and pearls, and all the world seemed vain and worthless to him compared with her. And he was saying this, or something like it, when Tybalt, Lady Capulet's nephew, hearing his voice, knew him to be Romeo. Tybalt, being very angry, went at once to his uncle and told him how a Montague had come uninvited to the feast, but old Capulet was too fine a gentleman to be discourteous to any man under his own roof, and he bade Tybalt be quiet. But this young man only waited for a chance to quarrel with Romeo. In the meantime, Romeo made his way to the fair lady and told her in sweet words that he loved her and kissed her, and then her mother sent for her. And then Romeo found out that the lady on whom he had set his heart's hopes was Juliet, the daughter of Lord Capulet, his sworn foe. So he went away, sorrowing indeed, but loving her none the less. Then Juliet said to her nurse, "Who is that gentleman that would not dance?" "His name is Romeo, and a Montague, the only son of your great enemy," answered the nurse. Then Juliet went to her room and looked out of the window over the beautiful green-grey garden where the moon was shining. And Romeo was hidden in that garden among the trees because he could not bear to go right away without trying to see her again. So she, not knowing him to be there, spoke her secret thought aloud and told the quiet garden how she loved Romeo. And Romeo heard and was glad beyond measure. Hidden below, he looked up and saw her fair face in the moonlight, framed in the blossoming creepers that grew around her window. And as he looked and listened, he felt as though he had been carried away in a dream and set down by some magician in that beautiful and enchanted garden. "Well, why are you called Romeo?" said Juliet. "Since I love you, what does it matter what you are called?" "Call me but love, and I'll be new baptized. Henceforth I will never be Romeo," he cried, stepping into the full white moonlight from the shade of the cypresses and oleanders that had hidden him. She was frightened at first, but when she saw that it was Romeo himself and no stranger, she too was glad. And he standing in the garden below, and she leaning from the window, they spoke long together, each one trying to find the sweetest words in the world to make that pleasant talk that lovers use. And the tale of all they said, and the sweet music their voices made together, is all set down in a golden book, where you children may read it for yourselves some day. And the time passed so quickly, as it does for folk who love each other and are together, that when the time came to part, it seemed as though they had met but that very moment, and indeed they hardly knew how to part. "I will send to you tomorrow," said Juliet. And so at last, with lingering and longing, they said goodbye. Juliet went into her room, and a dark curtain hid her bright window. Romeo went away through the still and dewy garden like a man in a dream. The next morning, very early, Romeo went to Friar Lawrence, a priest, and telling him all the story, begged him to marry him to Juliet without delay. And this, after some talk, the priest consented to do. So when Juliet set her old nurse to Romeo that day to know what he purported to do, the old woman took back a message that all was well, and all things ready for the marriage of Juliet and Romeo on the next morning. The young lovers were afraid to ask their parents' consent to their marriage, as young people should do, because of this foolish old quarrel between the Capulets and Montagues. And Friar Lawrence was willing to help the young lovers secretly, because he thought that when they were once married, their parents might soon be told, and that the match might be put a happy end to this old quarrel. So the next morning early, Romeo and Juliet were married at Friar Lawrence's cell and parted with tears and kisses. And Romeo promised to come into the garden that evening, and the nurse got ready a rope ladder to let down from the window so that Romeo could climb up and talk to his dear wife quietly and alone. But that very day, a dreadful thing happened. Tybalt, the young man who had been so vexed at Romeo's going to the Capulet feast, met him and his two friends, Mercutio and Benvolio, in the street, called Romeo a villain, and asked him to fight. Romeo had no wish to fight with Juliet's cousin, but Mercutio drew his sword and he and Tybalt fought, and Mercutio was killed. When Romeo saw that his friend was dead, he forgot everything except the anger at the man who had killed him, and he and Tybalt fought till Tybalt fell dead. So the very day of his wedding, Romeo killed his dear Juliet's cousin and was sentenced to be banished. Poor Juliet and her young husband met that night indeed. He climbed the rope ladder among the flowers and found her window, but their meeting was a sad one, and they parted with bitter tears and hearts heavy, because they could not know when they should meet again. Now, Juliet's father, who of course had no idea that she was married, wished her to wed a gentleman named Paris, and was so angry when she refused that she hurried away to ask Friar Lawrence what she should do. He advised her to pretend to consent, and then he said, "I will give you a draught that will make you seem to be dead for 2 days, and then when they take you to church, it will be to bury you and not to marry you. They will put you in a vault thinking you are dead, and before you wake up, Romeo and I will be there to take care of you. Will you do of this, or are you afraid?" "I will do it. Talk not to me of fear," said Juliet, and she went home and told her father she would marry Paris If she'd spoken out and told her father the truth, well, then this would have been a very different story. Lord Capulet was very much pleased to get his own way, and he set about inviting his friends and getting the wedding feast ready. Everyone stayed up all night, for there was a great deal to do and very little time to do it in. Lord Capulet was anxious to get Juliet married because he saw that she was very unhappy. Of course, she was really fretting about her husband Romeo, but her father thought she was grieving for the death of her cousin Tybalt, and he thought marriage would give her something else to think about. Early in the morning, the nurse came to Juliet and to dress her for her wedding, but she would not wake. And at last the nurse cried out suddenly, "Alas! Alas! Help! Help! My lady's dead! Oh, well today that ever I was born!" Lady Capulet came running in, and then Lord Capulet and Lord Paris, the bridegroom. There lay Juliet, cold and white and lifeless, and all their weeping could not wake her. So it was a burying that day instead of a marrying. Meanwhile, Friar Lawrence had sent a messenger to Mantua with a letter to Romeo telling him of all these things, and all would have been well, only the messenger was delayed and could not go. But ill news travels fast. Romeo's servant, who knew the secret of the marriage, but not of Juliet's pretended death, heard of her funeral and hurried to Mantua to tell Romeo how his young wife was dead and lying in the grave. "Is it so?" cried Romeo, heartbroken. "Then I will lie by Juliet's side tonight." And he bought himself a poison and went straight back to Verona. He hastened to the tomb where Juliet was lying. It was not a grave, but a vault. He broke open the door and was just going down the stone steps that led to the vault where all the dead Capulets lay, when he heard a voice behind him calling on him to stop. It was the Count Paris, who was to have married Juliet that very day. "How dare you come here and disturb the dead bodies of the Capulets, you vile Montague?" cried Paris. Poor Romeo, half mad with sorrow, yet tried to answer gently. "You were told," said Paris, "that if you return to Verona, you must die." "I must indeed," said Romeo. "I came here for nothing else." "Good, gentle youth, leave me. Oh, go, before I do you any harm. I love you better than myself. Go, leave me here." Then Paris said, "I defy you, and I arrest you as a felon." And Romeo, in his anger and despair, drew his sword. They fought, and Paris was killed. As Romeo's sword pierced him, Paris cried, "Oh, I am slain. If thou be merciful, open the tomb and lay me with Juliet." And Romeo said, "In faith I will." And he carried the dead man into the tomb and laid him by the dear Juliet's side. Then he knelt by Juliet and spoke to her, and held her in his arms, and kissed her cold lips, believing that she was dead, while all the while she was coming nearer and nearer to the time of her awakening. Then he drank the poison and died beside his sweetheart and wife. Now came Friar Lawrence when it was too late, and saw all that had happened. And then poor Juliet woke out of her sleep to find her husband and her friend both dead beside her. The noise of the fight had brought other folk to the place too, and Friar Lawrence, hearing them, ran away, and Juliet was left alone. She saw the cup that had held the poison, and knew how all had happened. And since no poison was left for her, she drew her Romeo's dagger and thrust it through her heart. And so, falling with her head on her Romeo's breast, she died. And here ends the story of these faithful and most unhappy lovers. And when the old folks knew from Friar Lawrence of all that had befallen, They sorrowed exceedingly, and now, seeing all the mischief their wicked quarrel had wrought, they repented them of it, and over the bodies of their dead children they clasped hands at last, in friendship and forgiveness.
Wow, thank you, Lydia. That was absolutely wonderful. Such a lovely story and so beautifully read. So, we're now going to travel to China to hear a very traditional story called The Feast of the Lanterns. It's all about a father's love for his child, and here to read it for you is Ruth Chapelin.
The Feast of the Lanterns. Wang Chi was only a poor man, but he had a wife and children to love, and they made him so happy that he would not have changed places with the emperor himself. He worked in the fields all day, and at night his wife always had a bowl of rice ready for his supper, and sometimes, for a treat, she made him some bean soup or gave him a little dish of fried pork. But they could not afford pork very often. He generally had to be content with rice. One morning, as he was setting off to his work, his wife sent Han Chung, his son, running after him to ask him to bring home some firewood. "I shall have to go up into the mountain for it at noon," he said. "Go and bring me my axe, Han Chung." Han Chung ran for his father's axe, and Ho Sin Ko, his little sister, came out of the cottage with him. "Remember, it is the Feast of Lanterns tonight, Father," she said. "Don't fall asleep. Up on the mountain, we want you to come back and light them for us." She had a lantern in the shape of a fish, painted red and black and yellow. And Han Chung had got a big round one, all bright crimson, to carry in the procession. And besides that, there were 2 large lanterns to be hung outside the cottage door as soon as it grew dark. Wang Chi was not likely to forget the Feast of Lanterns, for the children had talked of nothing else for a month, and he promised to come home as early as he could. At noontide, when his fellow labourers gave up working and sat down to rest and eat, Wang Chi took up his axe and went up to the mountain slope to find a small tree he might cut down for fuel. He walked a long way, and at last he saw a small one growing at the mouth of the cave. "This will be just the thing," he said to himself. But before striking the first blow, he peeped into the cave to see if it were empty. To his surprise, 2 old men with long white beards were sitting inside playing chess, as quietly as mice, with their eyes fixed on the chessboard. Wang Chi knew something of chess, and he stepped in and watched them for a few minutes. "As soon as they look up, I can ask them if I may chop down a tree," he said to himself. But they did not look up. And by, Wang Chi got so interested in the game that he put down his axe and sat on the floor to watch it better. The 2 old men sat cross-legged on the ground, and the chessboard rested on a slab like a stone table between them. On one corner of the slab lay a heap of small brown objects, which Wang Chi at first took to be date stones. But after a time, the chess players ate one each and put one in Wang Chi's mouth, and he found it was not a date stone at all. It was a delicious kind of sweetmeat, the like of which he had never tasted before. And the strangest thing about it was that it took his hunger and thirst away. He had been both hungry and thirsty when he came into the cave, as he had not waited to have his midday meal with the other field workers. But now he felt quite comforted and refreshed. He sat there for some time longer and noticed that as the old men frowned over the chessboard, their beards grew longer and longer until they swept the floor of the cave and even found their way out of the door. I hope my beard will never grow as quickly, said Wang Chi, as he rose and took up his axe again. Then one of the old men spoke for the first time. Our beards have not grown quickly, young man. How long is it since you came here? About half an hour, I dare say, replied Wang Chi. But as he spoke, the axe crumbled to dust beneath his fingers, and the second chess player laughed and pointed to the little brown sweetmeats on the table. Half an hour, or half a century, aye, 500 years, are all alike to him who tastes of these. Go down into your village and see what has happened since you left it. So Wang Chi went down as quickly as he could from the mountain and found the fields where he had worked covered with houses and a busy town where his own little village had been. In vain he looked for his house, his wife, and his children. There were strange faces everywhere, and although when evening came, the Feast of Lanterns was being held once more, there was no Ho-Sin Ko carrying her red and yellow fish, or Han Chung with his flaming red ball. At last, he found a woman, a very, very old woman, who told him that when she was a tiny girl, she remembered her grandmother saying how, when she was a tiny girl, a poor young man had been spirited away by the genie of the mountains on the day of the Feast of Lanterns, leaving his wife and little children with only a few handfuls of rice in the house. Moreover, if you wait while the procession passes, you will see two children dressed to represent Han Chung and Ho-Sin Ko, and their mother carrying the empty rice bowl between them. For this is done every year to remind people to take care of the widow and fatherless, she said. So Wang Chi waited in the street, and in a little while the procession came to an end, and the last three figures in it were a boy and a girl, dressed like his own two children, walking on either side of a young woman carrying a rice bowl. But she was not like his wife in anything but her dress, and the children were not at all like Han Chung and Ho-Sin Ko. And poor Wang Chi's heart was very heavy as he walked away out of the town. He slept out on the mountain, and early in the morning found his way back to the cave where the two old men were playing chess. At first they said they could do nothing for him and told him to go away and not disturb them. But Wang Chi would not go, and they soon found the only way to get rid of him was to give him some really good advice. You must go to the white hare of the moon and ask him for a bottle of the elixir of life. If you drink that, you will live forever, said one of them. But I don't want to live forever, objected Wang Chi. I wish to go back and live in the days when my wife and children were here. Ah, well, for that, you must mix the elixir of life with some water out of the sky dragon's mouth. Where is the sky dragon to be found? Inquired Wang Chi. In the sky, of course. You really ask very stupid questions. He lives in a cloud cave, and when he comes out of it, he breathes fire, and sometimes water. If he is breathing fire, you will be burnt up. But if it is only water, you will easily be able to catch some in a little bottle. What else do you want? For Wang Chi still lingered at the mouth of the cave. I want a pair of wings to fly with and a bottle to catch the water in, he replied boldly. So they gave him a little bottle, and before he had time to say thank you, a white crane came sailing past and lighted on the ground close to the cave. The crane will take you wherever you like, said the old men. Go now and leave us in peace. So Wang Chi sat on the white crane's back and was taken up and up and up through the sky to the cloud cave where the sky dragon lived. And the dragon had the head of a camel, the horns of a deer, the eyes of a rabbit, the ears of a cow, and the claws of a hawk. Besides this, He had whiskers and a beard, and in his beard was a bright pearl. All these things show that he was a real, genuine dragon, and if you ever meet a dragon who is not exactly like this, you will know he is only a make-believe one. Wang Qi felt rather frightened when he perceived the cave in the distance, and if it had not been for the thought of seeing his wife again and his little boy and girl, he would have been glad to turn back. While he was far away, the cloud cave looked like a dark hole in the midst of a soft white woolly mass, such as one sees in the sky on an April day. But as he came nearer, he found the cloud was as hard as a rock and covered with a kind of dry white grass. When he got there, he sat down on a tuft of grass near the cave and considered what he should do next. The first thing was, of course, to bring the dragon out, and the next to make him breathe water instead of fire. "I have it," cried Wang Qi at last, and he nodded his head so many times that the white crane expected to see it fall off. He struck a light and set the grass on fire, and it was so dry that the flames spread all around the entrance to the cave and made such a smoke and crackling that the sky dragon put his head out to see what was the matter. "Ho, ho!" cried the dragon when he saw what Wang Qi had done. "I can soon put this to rights." And he breathed once, and the water came out his nose and mouth in 3 streams. But this was not enough to put the fire out. Then he breathed twice, and the water came out in 3 mighty rivers. And Wang Qi, who had taken care to fill his bottle when the first stream began to flow, sailed away on the white crane's back as fast as he could to escape being drowned. The rivers poured over the cloud rock until there was not a spark left alight, and rushed down through the sky into the sea below. Fortunately, the sea lay right underneath the dragon's cave, or he would have done some nice mischief. As it was, the people on the coast looked out across the water toward Japan and saw 3 inky black clouds stretching from the sky into the sea. "My word, there is a fine rainstorm out at sea," they said to each other. But of course it was nothing of the kind. It was only the sky dragon putting out the fire Wang Qi had kindled. Meanwhile, Wang Qi was on his way to the moon, and when he got there, he went straight to the hut where the hare of the moon lived and knocked at the door. The hare was busy pounding the drugs which make up the elixir of life, but he left his work and opened the door and invited Wang Qi to come in. He was not ugly like the dragon. His fur was quite white and soft and glossy, and he had lovely, gentle brown eyes. The hare of the moon lives 1,000 years, as you know, and when he is 500 years old, he changes his colour from brown to white and becomes, if possible, better tempered and nicer than he was before. As soon as he heard what Wang Qi wanted, he opened 2 windows at the back of the hut and told him to look through each of them in turn. "Tell me what you see," said the hare, going back to the table where he was pounding the drugs. "I can see a great many houses and people," said Wang Qi, "and streets. Why, this is the town I was in yesterday, the one which has taken the place of my old village." Wang Qi stared, grew more and more puzzled. Here he was up in the moon, and yet he could have thrown a stone into the busy street of the Chinese town below his window. How does it come here?" he stammered at last. "Oh, that is my secret," replied the wise old hare. "I know how to do a great many things which would surprise you. But the question is, do you want to go back there?" Wang Qi shook his head. "Then close the window. It is the window of the present, and look through the other, which is the window of the past." Wang Qi obeyed, And through this window, he saw his own dear little village and his wife, and Han Chung and Ho Sin Ko jumping about her as she hung up the coloured lanterns outside the door. Father won't be in time to light them for us after all, Han Chung was saying. Wang Chi turned and looked eagerly at the white hair. Let me go to them, he said. I have got a bottle of water from the sky dragon's mouth and... That's all right, said the white hair. Give it to me. He opened the bottle and mixed the contents carefully with a few drops of the elixir of life, which was as clear as crystal, and of which each drop shone like a diamond as he poured it in. Now drink this, he said to Wang Chi, and it will give you the power of living once more in the past, as you desire. Wang Chi held out his hand and drank every drop. The moment he had done so, the window grew larger, and he saw some steps leading from it down into the village street. Thanking the hare, he rushed through it and ran toward his own house, arriving in time to take the taper from his wife's hand, with which she was about to light the red and yellow lanterns which swung over the door. What has kept you so long, Father? Where have you been? Asked Han Chung, while little Ho Sin Ko wondered why he kissed and embraced them all so eagerly. But Wang Chi did not tell them his adventures just then. Only when darkness fell and the Feast of Lanterns began, he took his part in it with a merry heart.
Oh, thank you, Ruth. I've never heard that story before, and it was truly delightful. What a wonderful time we're having so far. I'm really enjoying these children's stories. Well, to finish our children's hour today, we are going to hear the first chapter from The Jungle Book by Rudyard Kipling. It's such a well-known and well-loved story, and many of you will have seen and enjoyed the Disney animated film versions. But there's nothing quite like the original written word. So today we're going to hear Chapter 1, read by Barry Hill.
Good morning. Hello, everyone. I'm going to read from The Jungle Book by Rudyard Kipling, Part 1 of Mowgli's Brothers. It was 7 o'clock of a very warm evening on the Seeonee Hills when Father Wolf woke up from his day's rest, scratched himself, yawned, and spread out his paws one after the other to get rid of the sleepy feeling in the tips. Mother Wolf lay with her big grey nose dropped across the 4 tumbling, squealing cubs, and the moon shone into the mouth of the cave where they all lived. "Ugh," said Father Wolf. "It's time to hunt again." And he was going to spring downhill when a little shadow with a bushy tail crossed the threshold and whined. "Good luck go with you, O chief of the wolves, and good luck and strong white teeth go with the noble children, that they may never forget the hungry in this world." It was the jackal Tabaqui, the dish licker, and the wolves of India despise Tabaqui because he runs about making mischief and telling tales and eating rags and pieces of leather from the village rubbish heaps. They are afraid of him too, because Tabaqui, more than anyone else in the jungle, is apt to go mad, and then he forgets that he was ever afraid of anyone and runs through the forest biting everything in his way. Even the tiger hides when little Tabaqui goes mad, for badness is the most disgraceful thing that can overtake a wild creature. We call it hydrophobia, but they call it diwanee, the madness, and run. "Enter then and look," said Father Wolf stiffly, "but there is no food here." "For a wolf, no," said Tabaqui, "but for so mean a person as myself, a dry bone is a good feast. Who are we, the Gidur log, the jackal people, to pick and choose?" He scuttled to the back of the cave, where he found a bone of a buck with some meat on it, and sat crackling the end merrily. "All thanks for this good meal," he said, licking his lips. "How beautiful are the noble children! How large are their eyes, and so young too! Indeed, indeed, I might have remembered that the children of kings are men from the beginning." Now, Tabaqui knew as well as anyone else that there is nothing so unlucky as to compliment children to their faces, and it pleased him to see Mother and Father Wolf look uncomfortable. Tabaqui sat still, rejoicing in the mischief that he had made, and then he said spitefully, "Shere Khan, the big one, has shifted his hunting grounds. He will hunt among these hills during the next moon, so he has told me." Shere Khan was the tiger who lived near the Wayangunga River, 20 miles away. "He has no right," Father Wolf began angrily. "By the law of the jungle, he has no right to change his quarters without fair warning. He will frighten every head of game within 10 miles, and I have to kill for 2 these days." "His mother did not call him Lungri, the lame one, for nothing," said Mother Wolf quietly. "He has been lame in one foot from his birth. That is why he has only killed cattle. Now the villagers of the Wayangunga are angry with him, and he has come here to make our villagers angry. They will scour the jungle for him when he is far away, and we and our children must run when the grass is set alight. Indeed, we are very grateful to Shere Khan." "Shall I tell him of your gratitude?" said Tabaqui. "Out," snapped Father Wolf, "out and hunt with thy master. Thou hast done harm enough for one night." "I go," said Tabaqui quietly. "You can hear Shere Khan below in the thickets. I might have saved myself the message." Father Wolf listened, and in the dark valley that ran down to a little river, he heard the dry, angry, snarly, sing-song whine of a tiger who has caught nothing and does not care if all the jungle knows it. "The fool," said Father Wolf, "to begin a night's work with that noise. Does he think that our buck are like his fat Wayangunga bullocks?" "Hush! It is neither bullock nor buck that he hunts tonight," said Mother Wolf. "It is man." The whine had changed to a sort of humming purr that seemed to roll from every quarter of the compass. It was the noise that bewilders woodcutters and gypsies sleeping in the open, and makes them run sometimes into the very mouth of the tiger. "Man," said Father Wolf, showing all his white teeth. "Well, are there not enough beetles and frogs in the tanks that he must eat man, and on our ground too?" The law of the jungle, which never orders anything without a reason, forbids every beast to eat man, except when he's killing to show his children how to kill, and then he must hunt outside the hunting grounds of his pack or tribe. The real reason for this is that man-killing means, sooner or later, the arrival of white men on elephants with guns, and hundreds of brown men with gongs and rockets and torches. Then everybody in the jungle suffers. The reason the beasts give among themselves is that man is the weakest and most defenseless of all living things, and it is unsportsmanlike to touch him. They say too, and it is true, that man-eaters become mangy and lose their teeth. The purr grew louder and ended in the full-throated brrr of the tiger's charge. Then there was a howl, an untigerish howl from Shere Khan. "He has missed," said Mother Wolf. "What is it?" Father Wolf ran out a few paces and heard Shere Khan muttering and mumbling savagely as he tumbled about in the scrub. "The fool has had no more sense than to jump at a woodcutter's campfire, so he has burned his feet," said Father Wolf with a grunt. "Tabaqui is with him." "Something is coming uphill," said Mother Wolf, twitching one ear. "Get ready." The bushes rustled a little in the thicket, and Father Wolf dropped with his haunches up under him, ready for the leap. Then, if you had been watching, you would have seen the most wonderful thing in the world. The wolf checked in mid-spring. He made his bound before he saw what it was he was jumping at, and then he tried to stop himself. The result was that he shot up straight into the air for 4 or 5 feet, landing almost where he left the ground. "Man," he snapped. "A man's cub! Look!" Directly in front of him, holding on by a low branch, stood a naked brown baby who could just walk, as soft and as dimpled a little thing as ever came to a wolf's cave at night. He looked up into Father Wolf's face and laughed. "Is that a man's cub?" said Mother Wolf. "I have never seen one. Bring it here." A wolf, accustomed to moving his own cubs, can, if necessary, mouth an egg without breaking it. And though Father Wolf's jaws closed right on the child's back, not a tooth even scratched the skin as he laid it down among the cubs. "How little, how naked, and how bold," said Mother Wolf softly. The baby was pushing his way between the cubs to get close to the warm hide. "Ah, he is taking his meal with the others. And so this is a man's cub. Now, was there ever a wolf that could boast of a man's cub among her children? I have heard now and again of such a thing, but never in our pack or in my time," said Father Wolf. "He is altogether without hair, and I could kill him with a touch of my foot. But see, he looks up and is not afraid." The moonlight was blocked out of the mouth of the cave, for Shere Khan's great square head and shoulders were thrust into the entrance. Tabaqui behind him was squeaking, my lord, it went in here." "Shere Khan does us great honor," said Father Wolf, but his eyes were very angry. "What does Shere Khan need?" "My quarry. A man's cub went this way," said Shere Khan. "Its parents have run off. Give it to me." Shere Khan had jumped at a woodcutter's campfire, as Father Wolf had said, and was furious from the pain in his burned feet. But Father Wolf knew that the mouth of the cave was too narrow for a tiger to come in by. Even where he was, Shere Khan's shoulders and forepaws were cramped for want of room, as a man's would be if he tried to fight in a barrel. "The wolves are a free people," said Father Wolf. "They take orders from the head of the pack, and not from any striped cattle killer. The man's cub is ours to kill if we choose." "Ye choose, and ye do not choose. What talk if this is choosing? By the bull that I killed, am I to stand nosing into your dog's den for my fair dues? It is I, Shere Khan, who speaks." The tiger's roar filled the cave with thunder. Mother Wolf shook herself clear of the cubs and sprang forward, her eyes like 2 green moons in the darkness, facing the blazing eyes of Shere Khan. "And it is I, Raksha, the demon, who answer. The man's cub is mine, Lungri, mine to me. He shall not be killed. He shall live to run with the pack and to hunt with the pack. And in the end, look, you hunter of little naked cubs, frog-eater, fish-killer, he shall hunt thee. Now, get hence, or by the Sambhur that I killed, I eat no starved cattle. Back thou goest to thy mother, burned beast of the jungle, lamer than ever thou camest into the world. Go!" Father Wolf looked on amazed. He'd almost forgotten the days when he won Mother Wolf in fair fight from 5 other wolves, when she ran in the pack and was not called the demon for compliment's sake. Shere Khan might have faced Father Wolf, but he could not stand up against Mother Wolf, for he knew that where he was, she had all the advantage of the ground and would fight to the death. So he backed out of the cave, growling, and when he was clear, he shouted, "Each dog barks in his own yard. We will see what the pack will say to this fostering of man cubs. The cub is mine, and to my teeth he will come in the end, oh bush-tailed thieves." Mother Wolf threw herself panting down amongst the cubs, and Father Wolf said to her gravely, "Shere Khan speaks the truth. The cub must be shown to the pack. Wilt thou still keep him, mother?" Keep him, she gasped. He came naked by night, all alone and very hungry, yet he was not afraid. Look, he has pushed one of my babes to one side already, and that lame butcher would have killed him and would have run off to the way in Gunga while the villagers here hunted through all our lairs in revenge. Keep him? Assuredly I will keep him. Lie still, little frog, O thou Mowgli. For Mowgli the frog I will call thee. The time will come when thou wilt hunt Shere Khan, and he has hunted thee. But what will our pack say? Said Father Wolf. The law of the jungle lays down very clearly that any wolf may, when he marries, withdraw from the pack he belongs to, but as soon as his cubs are old enough to stand on their feet, he must bring them to the pack council, which is generally held once a month at full moon, in order that the other wolves may identify them. After that inspection, the cubs are free to run where they please, and until they have killed their first buck, no excuse is accepted if a grown wolf of the pack kills one of them. The punishment is death, where the murderer can be found. And if you think for a minute, you will see that this must be so. Father Wolf waited till his cubs could run a little, and then, on the night of the pack meeting, took them and Mowgli and Mother Wolf to the council rock, a hilltop covered with stones and boulders where 100 wolves could hide. Akela, the great grey lone wolf who led all the pack by strength and cunning, lay out at full length on his rock, and below him sat 40 or more wolves of every size and colour, from badger-coloured veterans who could handle a buck alone, to young black 3-year-olds who thought they could. The lone wolf had led them for a year now. He had fallen twice into a wolf trap in his youth, and once he had been beaten and left for dead, so he knew the manners and customs of men. There was very little talking at the rock. The cubs tumbled over one another in the centre of the circle where their mothers and fathers sat, and now and again a senior wolf would go quietly up to a cub, look at him carefully, and return to his place on noiseless feet. Sometimes a mother would push her cub far out into the moonlight to be sure he had not been overlooked. Akela, from his rock, would cry, "Ye know the law, ye know the law. Look well, O wolves." And the anxious mothers would take up the call, "Look, look well, O wolves." At last, and Mother Wolf's neck bristles lifted as the time came, Father Wolf pushed Mowgli the frog, as they called him, into the centre, where he sat laughing and playing with some pebbles that glistened in the moonlight. Akela never raised his head from his paws, but went on with the monotonous cry, "Look well." A muffled roar came up from behind the rocks, the voice of Shere Khan crying, "The cub is mine! Give him to me! What have the free people to do with a man's cub?" Akela never even twitched his ears. All he said was, "Look well, O wolves! What have the free people to do with the orders of any save the free people? Look well." There was a chorus of deep growls, and a young wolf in his 4th year flung back Shere Khan's question to Akela, "What have the free people to do with a man's cub?" Now, the law of the jungle lays down that if there's any dispute as to the right of a cub to be accepted by the pack, he must be spoken for by at least 2 members of the pack who are not his father and mother. "Who speaks for this cub?" said Akela. "Among the free people, who speaks?" There was no answer, and Mother Wolf got ready for what she knew would be her last fight if things came to fighting. Then the only other creature who is allowed at the pack council, Baloo, the sleepy brown bear who teaches the wolf cubs the law of the jungle, old Baloo, who can come and go where he pleases because he eats only nuts and roots and honey, rose up on his hind quarters and grunted, "The man's cub, the man's cub," he said. "I speak for the man's cub. There is no harm in a man's cub. I have no gift of words, but I speak the truth. Let him run with the pack and be entered with the others. I myself will teach him. We need yet another, said Keller. Baloo has spoken, and he is our teacher for the young cubs. Who speaks besides Baloo? A black shadow dropped down into the circle. It was Bagheera, the Black Panther, inky black all over, but with the panther marking showing up in certain lights like the pattern of watered silk. Everybody knew Bagheera, and nobody cared to cross his path, for he was as cunning as Tabaqui, and as bold as the wild buffalo, and as reckless as the wounded elephant. But he had a voice as soft as wild honey dripping from a tree, and a skin softer than down. O Akela, and ye the free people, he purred. I have no right in your assembly, but the Lord of the Jungle says that if there is a doubt which is not a killing matter in regards to a new cub, the life of that cub may be bought at a price, and the law does not say who may or may not pay that price. Am I right? Good, good, said the young wolves, who are always hungry. Listen to Bagheera. The cub can be bought for a price. It is the law. Knowing that I have no right to speak here, I ask your leave. Speak then, cried 20 voices. To kill a naked cub is shame. Besides, he may make better sport for you when he is grown. Baloo has spoken in his behalf. Now to Baloo's word I will add one bull and a fat one newly killed, not half a mile from here, if ye will accept the man's cub according to the law. Is it difficult? There was a clamour of scores of voices saying, What matter? He will die in the winter rains. He will scorch in the sun. What harm can a naked frog do us? Let him run with the pack. Where is the bull, Bagheera? Let him be accepted. And then came Akela's deep bay crying, Look well, O wolves. Mowgli was still playing with the pebbles, and he did not notice when the wolves came and looked at him one by one. At last they all went down the hill for the dead bull, and only Akela, Bagheera, Baloo, and Mowgli's own wolves were left. Shere Khan roared still in the night, for he was very angry that Mowgli had not been handed over to him. Aye, roar well, said Bagheera under his whiskers, for the time comes when this naked thing will make thee roar to another tune, or I know nothing of man. It was well done, said Akela. Men and their cubs are very wise. He may be a help in time. Truly, a help in time of need. For none can hope to lead the pack forever, said Bagheera. Akela said nothing. He was thinking of the time that comes to every leader of every pack, when his strength goes from him and he gets feebler and feebler, till at last he is killed by the wolves and a new leader comes up to be killed in his turn. Take him away, he said to Father Wolf, and train him as befits the free people. And that is how Mowgli entered into the Seeonee wolf pack, for the price of a bull and on Baloo's good word. Join me again tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. I'll read the second part of Mowgli and his brothers.
Well, thank you, Barry. That was beautiful. I absolutely love that story, and you really did bring it to life for us. I really enjoyed listening to you read, and I'm certainly going to be joining you tomorrow morning to hear the next episode. So after that little brief interlude, we are now going to delve into the wonderful world of William Shakespeare. Today, we're going to be presenting 3 scenes, all directed by Juanita de Haan. I think we're in for an absolute treat here, so I'm going to hand over to Juanita to introduce each piece to you.
Thank you, Sally. Good morning, viewers. This morning we have the Shakespeare Scene Players, Part 1. The cast are Shana de Kasanak-Mungwanga, Peter Hill, Jim Trimmer, Rob Wallace, Zoe Arden and Sarah Perkins. This morning they are performing scenes from Henry V, Much Ado About Nothing and As You Like It. So without further ado, we're starting with Henry V, Act 3, Scene 4 and Act 5, Scene 2. Princess Catherine and Alice are taking their morning stroll round the gardens. The ladies are laughing, whilst Catherine is trying to learn English words with the help of her companion Alice. Henry interrupts, so full of confidence after his victory at the Battle of Agincourt, Henry woos Catherine to ensure the linking of the 2 countries through marriage. Does she accept?
Alice, tu as été en Angleterre et tu parles bien le langage.
Un peu, madame.
Je te prie de m'enseigner ce qu'il faut que j'apprenne à parler. Comment appelez-vous la main en anglais?
La main, elle est appelée the hand.
The hand. Et les doigts?
Les doigts, oh ma foi, j'oublie les doigts, mais je me souviendrai. Les doigts, je pense qu'ils sont appelés de fingers. De fingers.
La main, the hand, les doigts, the finger. Je pense que je suis bonne écolier. J'ai gagné 2 mots d'anglais vitement. Comment appelez-vous les ongles?
Les ongles, nous les appelons de nails.
The nails. Écoutez, dites-moi si je parle bien. The hand, the fingers and the nails.
Oh, c'est bien dit, madame. Il est fort bon en gloire.
Dites-moi l'anglais pour le bras.
De arme, madame.
Et le coude?
De elbow.
De elbow. Je m'en fais la répétition de tous ces mots que vous m'avez appris à présent.
Oh, c'était trop difficile, madame, comme je pense.
Excusez-moi, Alice. Écoutez. The hand, the fingers, the nails, the arm, the bilbo.
De elbow, madame.
Oh Seigneur Dieu, je m'en oublie. Comment appelez-vous le col?
The neck, madame.
De neck. Et le menton?
De chin.
De chin, le col. De chin, le col. De neck, le menton. De chin.
Oh oui, sauf votre honneur, en vérité, vous prononcez les mots aussi droit que les natifs d'Angleterre.
Je ne doute point d'apprendre par la grâce de Dieu et en peu de temps.
N'avez-vous pas déjà oublié ce que je vous ai enseigné?
Non, je réciterai à vous promptement. The hand, the fingers, the nails.
The nails, madame?
The nails, the arm, the elbow.
De elbow, sauf d'honneur.
Ainsi dis-je. The elbow, the neck, the chin. Comment appelez-vous le pied et la robe?
De foot, madame, et de caune.
De foot et de caune. Oh Seigneur Dieu, ce sont des mots de mauvais goût, corruptibles, gros et impudiques. et non pour des dames d'honneur d'user en France. Je ne voudrais prononcer ces mots devant les seigneurs de France pour tout le monde. Le foot et the crown. Néanmoins, je réciterai une autre fois ma leçon ensemble. The hand, the fingers, the nails, the arm, the neck, the thin, the foot, the crown.
Excellent, madame.
Vraiment, vraiment. Oh.
Fair Catherine, and most fair. Oh, will you vouchsafe to teach a soldier terms, such as will enter at a lady's ear and plead his love suit to her gentle heart?
Your Majesty shall mock at me. I cannot speak your England.
Oh, fair Catherine, if you will love me soundly with your French heart, I will be glad to hear you confess it brokenly with your English tongue. Do you like me, Kate?
Pardonnez-moi, I cannot tell what is like me.
An angel is like you, Kate, and you are like an angel.
Que dit-il? Que je suis semblable aux anges?
Oui. Vraiment, sauf votre grâce. Ainsi dit-il.
I said so, dear Catherine, and I must not blush to affirm it.
Oh, bon Dieu, les langages des hommes sont pleins de tromperies.
What says she, fair one? That the tongues of men are full of deceits?
Oui, that the tongues of the man is be full of deceits. That is the princess.
The princess is the better Englishwoman. Faith, Kate, my wooing is fit for thy understanding. I am glad thou canst speak no better English, for if thou couldst, well, thou wouldst find me such a plain king that thou wouldst think I had sold my farm to buy my throne. I know no ways to mince it in love, but directly to say, I love you. Then, if you urge me farther than to say, do you, Faith, I wear out my suit. Give me your answer. If Faith do, and so clap hands and a bargain. How say you, lady?
Sauf votre honneur, me understand well.
Marry, if you would put me to verses or to dance for your sake, Kate, why, you undid me. For the one, I have neither words nor measure, and for the other, I have no strength in measure. Yet, a reasonable measure in strength. If I could win a lady at leapfrog, or by vaulting into my saddle with my armour on my back, under the correction of bragging, be it spoken, I should quickly leap into a wife. But before God, Kate, I cannot look greenly, nor gasp out my eloquence, nor have I no cunning in protestation, only downright oaths, which I never use till urged, nor never break for urging. If thou canst love a fellow of this temper, Kate, whose face is not worth sunburning, that never looks in his glass for love of anything he sees there, let thine eye be thy cook. I speak to thee, plain soldier. If thou canst love me for this, take me. If not, well, to say to thee that I shall die is true, but for thy love, by the Lord, no. Yet, I love thee too. And while thou livest, dear Kate, take a fellow of plain and uncoined constancy, for he perforce must do thee right, because he has not the gift to woo in other places. For these fellows of infinite tongue, that can rhyme themselves into ladies' favours, well, they do always reason themselves out again. What? A speaker is but a prater. A rhyme is but a ballad. A good leg will fall, a straight back will stoop, a black beard will turn white, a curled page will grow bald, a fair face will wither, a full eye will wax hollow. A good heart Kate, is the sun and the moon, for it shines bright and never changes, but keeps its course truly. If thou wouldst have such a one, take me. And take me, take a soldier. Take a soldier, take a king. And what sayest thou then to my love? Speak, my fair, and fairly, I pray thee.
Is it possible that I should love the enemy of France?
No, it is not possible you should love the enemy of France, Kate. But in loving me, you should love the friend of France. For I love France so well that I will not part with a village of it. I will have it all mine. And Kate, when France is mine and I am yours, then yours is France and you are mine.
I cannot tell what is that.
No, Kate? Oh. I will tell thee in French, which I am sure will hang upon my tongue like a new married wife about her husband's neck, hardly to be shook off. Je. Quand, sur la possession de France, et quand vous avez la possession de moi, let me see what then. Oh, Saint-Denis be my speed. Donc, votre effort est It is as easy for me, Kate, to conquer the kingdom as it is to speak so much more French. I shall never move thee in French, unless it be to laugh at me.
Sauf votre honneur. Le français que vous parlez est meilleur que l'anglais que je parle.
No, faith is not, Kate, but by thy speaking of my tongue, and I thine, most truly falsely, must needs be granted to be much at one. But, Kate, dost thou understand thus much English? Canst thou love me?
I cannot tell.
Can any of your neighbours tell, Kate? I'll ask them. Come. I know thou lovest me. And at night, when you come into your closet, you'll question this gentlewoman about me. And I know, Kate, you will to her dispraise those parts in me that you love with your heart. But, good Kate, mock me mercifully. The rather, gentle princess, because I love thee cruelly. What sayest thou, my fair fleur de lis?
Your Majesty have false French enough to deceive the most sage demoiselle that is en France.
Now fie upon my false French, by mine honour, in true English. I love thee, Kate. By which honour I dare not swear thou lovest me, yet my blood begins to flatter me that thou dost, notwithstanding the poor and untempering effect of my visage. Now, beshrew my father's ambition, he was thinking of civil wars when he got me. Therefore was I created with a stubborn outside, with an aspect of iron, that when I come to woo ladies, I fright them. But in faith, Kate, the older I wax, the better I shall appear. My comfort is that old age, that ill layer up of beauty, can do no more spoil upon my face. Thou hast me, if thou hast me, at the worst. And thou shalt wear me, if thou wear me, better and better. And therefore tell me, most fair Catherine, will you have me? Come. Your answer in broken music, for thy voice is music, and thy English broken. Therefore, Queen of all, Catherine, break my mind to me in broken English. Wilt thou have me?
That is as it shall please le roi, mon père.
Nay, It will please him well, Kate. It shall please him.
Then it shall also content me.
Upon that I kiss your hand, and I call you my queen.
Oh, laissez, monseigneur, laissez. Non, non, ma foi, je ne veux point que vous vous abaissiez votre grand honneur en baisant la main de votre seigneurie, indigne serviteur. Excusez-moi, je vous en supplie, mon très puissant seigneur.
Then I will kiss your lips, Kate.
Les dames et demoiselles, pour être baisées devant leurs noces, il n'est pas la coutume en France.
Madam, my interpreter, what says she?
That it is not be the fashion pour les ladies de France. I cannot tell what is baiser on English.
To kiss.
Oh, Your Majesty entendre better que moi.
It is not a fashion for the maids in France to kiss before they are married, would she say? Oh, Kate! Nice customs, curtsy to great kings. Dear Kate, you and I cannot be confined within the weak list of a country's fashion. We are the makers of manners, Kate. And the liberty that follows our places stops the mouth of all fine faults, as I will do yours, for upholding the nice fashion of your country in denying me a kiss. Therefore, patiently and yielding. Oh, you have witchcraft in your lips, Kate. There is more eloquence and a sugar touch of them than in the tongues of the French council. And they should more sooner persuade Harry of England than a general petition of monarchs.
Thank you, King Henry. Now we're moving to Much Ado About Nothing, Act 4, Scene 1. The play is set in the rolling hillside of Sicily and centres around two romantic pairings that emerge when a group of soldiers arrive in town. The first between Claudio and Hero, which is nearly altered by the accusations of the villain Don Juan. The second romance is between Claudio's friend Benedict and Hero's cousin Beatrice. This pairing takes a centre stage as both characters are full of wit and banter. Previously, Hero has been accused of not being a maiden and so is undone. This is devastating news for Beatrice, who is found weeping. She is certain that this is untrue, whilst Benedict seeks to comfort her. This is their conversation.
Lady Benedict, Lady Beatrice, have you wept all this while?
Yea, and I will weep a while longer.
I will not desire that.
You have no reason. I do it freely.
Surely. I do believe your fair cousin is wronged.
Aye, and how much might the man deserve of me that would right her?
Is there any way to show such friendship?
A very even way, but no such friend.
May a man do it?
It is a man's office, but not yours.
I do love nothing in the world so well as you. Is not that strange?
As strange as the thing I know not. It were as possible for me to say I love nothing so well as you. But believe me not, and yet I lie not. I confess nothing, nor I deny nothing. Oh, I'm sorry for my cousin.
By my sword, Beatrice, thou lovest me.
Do not swear and eat it.
I will swear by it that you love me, and I will make him eat it that says I love not you.
Will you not eat your word?
Oh, with no source that can be devised to it. I protest, I love thee.
Why then, God forgive me.
What offence, sweet Beatrice?
You have stayed me in a happy hour. I was about to protest I loved you.
And do it with all thy heart.
I love you with so much of my heart that none is left to protest.
Come, bid me do anything for you.
Kill Claudio.
Ha! Not for the wide world.
You kill me to deny it. Farewell.
Tarry, sweet Beatrice.
I am gone. Though I am here, there is no love in you. Nay, I pray you, let me go.
Beatrice.
In faith I will go.
We'll be friends first.
You dare easier be friends with me than fight with mine enemy.
Is Claudio thine enemy?
Is he not approved in the height a villain that have slandered, scorned, dishonest my kinswoman? Oh, that I were a man! What? Bear her in hand until they come to take hands, and then with public accusation, uncovered slander, unmitigated rancour, oh God, that I were a man! I would eat his heart in the marketplace.
Hear me, Beatrice.
Talk with a man out at a window, a proper saying.
Nay, but Beatrice.
Sweet hero, she is wronged. She is slandered. She is undone.
Beatrice.
Princes and counties, surely a princely testimony. A goodly count, Count Confect, a sweet gallant, surely. Oh, that I were a man for his sake, or that I had any friend would be a man for my sake. But manhood is melted into courtesies, valour into compliments, and men are only turned into tongue, and trim ones too. He is now as valiant as Hercules that only tells the lie and swears it. I cannot be a man with wishing, therefore I will die a woman with grieving.
Harry, good Beatrice, by this hand I love thee.
Use it for my love some other way than swearing by it.
Think you in your soul the Count Claudio hath wronged here?
Yea, as sure as I have a thought or a soul.
Enough! I am engaged. I will challenge him. I will kiss your hand, and so I leave you. By this hand, Claudio shall render me a dear account. As you hear of me, so think of me. Oh, comfort your cousin. I must say she is dead, and so, farewell.
Thank you, Much Ado. Now moving on to As You Like It, Act 4, Scene 1. Love is the central theme to this heartwarming romantic comedy. Rosaline, the heroine, flees persecution from her uncle's court. This is where she and Orlando's eyes had met, and it was love at first sight. But banished from the court, she disguises herself as a boy called Ganymede, and with her cousin Celia escapes into the forest to find Orlando. She convinces her crush to try and woo her under the guise of curing him of his love for Rosalind. In this scene, the two meet for their daily lovesick madness session, and Celia watches on as the playfulness between the two escalates. But has Rosalind gone too far?
Why, how now, Orlando? Where have you been all this while? You, a lover, and you serve me such another trick, never come in my sight more.
My fair Rosalind, I come within an hour of my promise.
Break an hour's promise in love? He that will divide a minute into 1,000 parts and break but a part of the 1,000th part of a minute in affairs of love, it may be said of him that Cupid hath clapped him on the shoulder, but I'll warrant him heart whole.
Pardon me, dear Rosalind.
Nay, and you be so tardy, come no more in my sight. I'd as lief be wooed of a snail.
Of a snail?
Aye, of a snail. For though he comes slowly, he carries his house on his head, a better adjointure, I think, than you make a woman. Besides, he brings his destiny with him.
What's that?
Why, horns, which such as you are fain to be beholding to your wives for. But he comes armed in his fortune and prevents the slander of his wife.
Virtue is no horn maker, and my Rosalind is virtuous.
And I am your Rosalind.
It pleases him to call you so, but he hath a Rosalind of a better leer than you.
Oh, come, woo me, for now I'm in a holiday humour and like enough to consent. What would you say to me now, were I your very, very Rosalind?
I would kiss before I spoke.
Oh, no, you were better speak first. And when you are gravelled for lack of matter, you might take occasion to kiss. Very good orators, when they are out, they will spit, and for lovers lacking God warner's matter, the cleanliness shift is to kiss.
How if the kiss be denied?
Then she puts you to entreaty, and there begins new matter.
Who could be out being before his beloved mistress?
Marry, that should you if I were your mistress, or I should think my honesty ranker than my wit.
What of my suit?
Not out of your apparel, and yet out of your suit. Am I not your Rosalind?
I take some pleasure to say that you are, because I will be talking to her.
Well, in her person, I say, I will not have you.
Then in my own person, I die.
No, I die by attorney. The poor world is almost 6,000 years old, and in all this time, there was not any man died in his own person for delicate in a love course. Troilus had his brains dashed out with the Grecian club. Yet he did what he could do to die before, and he is one of the patterns of love. Oh, Leander, Leander. He would have lived many a fair year, though hero had turned none, if it had not been for a hot midsummer night. For good youth, he went but forth to wash him in the Hellespont, and being taken with cramp was drowned. And the foolish foreigners of that age found it was Hero of Sestos. But these are all lies. Men have died from time to time, and worms have eaten them, but not for love.
I would not have my right Rosalind of this mind, for I protest her frown might kill me.
By this hand, it will not kill a fly. But come, now, I will be your Rosalind in a more coming on disposition. And ask me what you will, I will grant it.
Then love me, Rosalind.
Yes, faith will I, Fridays and Saturdays and all.
And will thou have me?
Aye, and 20 such.
What sayest thou?
Are you not good?
I hope so.
Why? Then can one have desired too much of a good thing? Come, sister, you shall be the priest and marry us. Give me your hand, Orlando. What do you say, sister?
Pray thee, marry us.
I cannot say the words.
You must begin, will you, Orlando?
Go to. Will you, Orlando, have to wife this Rosalind?
I will.
Aye, but when?
Why, now, as fast as she can marry us.
Then you must say, I take thee, Rosalind, for wife.
I take thee, Rosalind, for wife.
I might ask you for your commission, but I do take thee, Orlando, for my husband. There's a girl goes before the priest, and certainly a woman's thought runs before her actions.
So do all thoughts. They are winged.
Now, tell me how long you would have her after you possessed her.
Forever and a day.
Say a day without the ever. No, Orlando. Men are April when they woo, December when they wed. Maids are May when they are maids. But the sky changes when they're wives. I will be more jealous of thee than a Barbary cock pigeon over his head, more clamorous than a parrot against rain, more newfangled than an ape, more giddy in my desires than a monkey. I will weep for nothing, like Diana in the fountain, and I will do that when you are disposed to be merry. I will laugh like a hyena when thou art inclined to swoon.
But will my Rosalind do so?
Oh, by my life, she will do as I do.
Oh, but she is wise.
Or else she could not have the wit to do this. The wiser, the waywarder. Make the doors upon a woman's wit, and it will out at the casement. Shut that, and 'twill out at the keyhole. Stop that, 'twill fly with the smoke out of the chimney.
And a man that had a wife with such a wit, he might say, wit whither wilt.
No, you might keep that check for it till you met your wife's wit going to your neighbour's bed.
And what wit could wit have to excuse that?
Marry, to say she came to seek you there. You shall never take her without her answer, unless you take her without her tongue. Oh, that woman that cannot make her fault her husband's occasion, let her never nurse a child herself, for she will breed it like a fool.
For these 2 hours, Rosalind, I would leave thee.
Alas, dear love, I cannot let thee 2 hours.
I must attend the Duke at dinner. By 2 o'clock, I will be with thee again.
Aye, go your ways, go your ways. I knew what you would prove. My friends told me as much, and I thought no less. That flattering tongue of yours won me. 'Tis but one cast away, and so come death. 2 o'clock is your hour.
Aye, sweet Rosalind.
By my troth, and in good earnest, and so God mend me, and by all pretty oaths that are not dangerous, if you break one jot of your promise or come 1 minute behind your hour, I will think you the most pathetical break promise, and the most hollow lover, and the most unworthy of her you call Rosalind, that may be chosen out of the gross band of the unfaithful. Therefore beware my censure, and keep your promise.
With no less religion than if thou wert indeed my Rosalind. So, adieu.
Well, time is the old justice that examines all such offenders, and let time try. Adieu.
Wow, thank you very much, Juanita and the company. That was wonderful. And I shall definitely be tuning in tomorrow for the next 3 scenes that you're going to be presenting, you and your company. So what we're going to do now, we're going to move from the Elizabethan era to the modern day. And with this in mind, I'd like to welcome actress and author Leslie North. Leslie is an award-winning local writer. She has her own poetry website, Versatility, where she writes personal poems to order. She also has a one-woman show called Swimming in Suburbia, which has poems and prose about suburban women. I think I need to get onto that and have a look at it. She performs this to local societies. Leslie has written many stage plays and was a writer on the BBC World Service. She was also a sketch writer on a children's TV series. Multi-talented indeed. Today, Leslie is going to be here to introduce one of her plays that she has also directed. But before that, we're going to hear 2 of her short stories. The first is called Bicycles and will be read by Claire Henderson Rowe.
Looking back on the months after Jeff's death, Kate never knew quite how she'd got through. It wasn't just the bleakness of life alone. It was the way she had felt separate from the real world. Everyone treated her as if she had some sort of illness. It seemed to her as if they felt that her contact with death might somehow infect them. So it was either, "How are you?" with a sympathetic look, or a crossing of the road. Yes, really. Never mind the facts of life, Kate used to think. We should be taught the facts of death. It comes to us all, and all our friends. Then, a couple of years later, everyone seemed to think that she should have got over it. There was talk of moving on, taking a grip, and even, horror of horrors, getting a life. She didn't want to ever get over Jeff, but that didn't mean she wasn't going to live a happy and fulfilled life. It meant that it was a different life now, a life alone, a life without men. Kate liked men. Once she'd liked them, well, an awful lot, too much sometimes. But now, in respectable widowhood, a grandmother of 3, she was happy to settle for a peaceful life. Having enjoyed the tranquility of the marriage bed, so to speak, she had no desire for the hurly-burly of the chaise longue. 10 years on, Kate retired and looked forward to life taking a peaceful downward slope. But what to do with her solitary days? She felt she should take up that once despised piece of advice and join a club. Not a singles club, no. Nor a social club. That sounded as if you were under pressure before you'd even arrived. What to wear? Well, probably the wrong thing. Someone suggested a creative writing club, but Kate thought it might be full of earnest, sandaled people who would pull her prose apart and unravel her thoughts. And then, while walking to the paper shop one sunny April morning, she saw them, a mixed bunch of bikers bowling along, the wind in their faces, the very taste of spring on their lips. Faces flushed and with a look of pure joy, that unreasoning happiness that is the obverse of black depression. It is happiness for no reason except that you can't help but be happy. That's what I'll do, thought Kate. And the next day she Googled local cycling clubs and found the Surbiton Spinners. Within a week, she'd bought a second-hand bike, bright red, and joined up. She was now one of the happy few, the wind behind her, and with any luck, a pint and a sandwich after the first 20 miles. They were a good crowd, the Surbiton Spinners, all sorts, all ages, and Kate soon made friends. And, to her amazement, one special friend, Tom. 5 years her junior, a little bruised from a recent divorce, and with the ability to make Kate feel once again that life had all sorts of possibilities. Theirs was a tentative courtship. Both had old wounds that were not quite healed, and Tom knew instinctively that the relationship would crumble if he pushed too hard. So they went for meals together. They went to the pictures, the theatre, bowling, days out, and of course the cycling club. Kate cooked Tom a meal. Tom cooked Kate a fantastic meal. They kissed hello, they kissed goodbye. They were a couple and not a couple. And then the Surbiton Spinners organised a bicycle break. 3 nights in the Cotswolds and a scintillating spin every day. Take your own bikes or hire when you get there. Tom wanted to go. Kate wanted to go. And Jennifer, who was social secretary, said she would do the bookings, and would they be wanting single rooms or a double? And then Kate heard herself say rather nonchalantly that a double would be fine. And then she looked out of the window for ages because she was terrified to look at Tom. Tom didn't say a word about the bicycle break until they got to her flat later that evening. Thanks, he said. That gave my reputation a real boost, but I won't hold you to it. Oh, said Kate, thinking, he doesn't fancy me. He's impotent, or he's gay, he's celibate, he's a Martian, he's a eunuch. Oh, no, said Tom, seeing her face. I want to hold you to it. Sorry, I mean... Oh, it doesn't matter, said Kate. Let's go for it. And if we're really tired after the cycling, then we'll all have a good night's sleep. No pressure. I could love a woman like you, said Tom, and cycled off. In the days leading up to the bicycle break, Kate was beleaguered by every fear known to every insecure woman. Mind you, when you belong to a cycling club, there's no point in worrying about the size of your bottom, not when half your friends are cycling behind you. Kate's main fear was that she would be a disappointment to Tom, and their lovely relationship would be ruined. There could be no going back once this new voyage was embarked upon. Things would change forever, one way or another. The Surbiton Spinners all had a wonderful first day on the bicycle break. And so it was that after an exhilarating ride and a calorific supper, Kate and Tom said their goodnights to all and climbed the twisty staircase to their double room. And well, they turned the lights out, and so shall we. But suffice to say, wheels spun, Bells rang and they freewheeled down the hill with the wind in their hair. And afterward, when Kate confessed how nervous she'd been, Tom said, "I knew it would be all right. It's like riding a bike. You never forget."
Thank you so much, Claire. What a lovely story that was. I've never heard that story before and I very much enjoyed that. It was delightful. Okay, so we're now going to turn to the second of Leslie's short stories. This one is called The Last Dance and it's going to be read by Laurie Coombs.
Thank you, Sally. The Last Dance by Leslie North. You may never want to change partners again. The lyrics hung in the air as Maisie and Bill sneaked out of the ballroom. As they walked across the grass, the sounds of the band grew fainter. "Come on," said Bill. "I know a quiet place where we can have a nice cuddle." "You said you just wanted a breath of fresh air." "Well, I thought you'd know what I meant by that," said Bill with a grotesque attempt at roguishness. Maisie sighed. At 76, she thought she'd be free from ducking and diving the attentions of the opposite sex. But it seemed that in the 4 years since Jim had died, she's been pursued by legions of randy old men. Mind you, in the past she'd encouraged it. Well, not really encouraged it, but she'd always been a flirt. Now, it just bored her. All she wanted was a bit of peace. All she really wanted was Jim back. Going to the tea dances had seemed a good idea. Her kids had persuaded her. "Go on, Mum," Sally had said. "Get a life. You can't sit around thinking about Dad all the time." So she'd made the effort. It had been fun at first, palling up with Josie, who was a good laugh. They'd go on shopping trips together, buy outfits to wear at the dances. The one she was wearing today was a stunner, she had to admit. Pale mauve with a little jacket encrusted with faux pearls. Well, that's what the woman in the shop said they were, though they looked like fake pearls to her. And mauve shoes to match. "Come on, girl. Be a sport," said Bill, putting his arm round her waist. "Oh, get off," said Maisie. Look, I've got a headache. I just want to be alone for a while." "Oh, please yourself," said Bill, stomping off back to the ballroom. Maisie watched him go, a ridiculous figure in his too tight suit. God, he must be in his 80s. Didn't these men ever stop thinking about sex? She and Jim had had a wonderful sex life right up to the end. In fact, that was what had probably killed him, though she had never said anything to the doctor. What did it matter? Jim had died happy. She wandered to the cliff edge and shivered a little as a summer breeze fluttered around her, lifting her mauve skirts. Looking down at the sea, she felt a terrible desolation. She was all alone. The kids were great, but they had their own lives. She had friends like Josie and her mates at the tea dances, but they weren't enough. They weren't her people. She couldn't talk to them like she used to talk to Jim. And what had she got to look forward to? Just more days the same. More tea dances, pretending to have a good time. More shopping trips. And all the while getting older, more arthritic, more wrinkled, more pathetic. Tears rolled down her powdered cheeks, making little tram lines of mascara. The beach looked peaceful, and Maisie walked down the steep steps set in the cliff, carefully holding onto the rail. She panted with the effort and thought of happier times when she would have run down without a thought. Once on the beach, she looked around. It was deserted. She found a rock and sat against it, looking out to sea. The tide was coming in with a gentle lapping. She thought of Jim and felt his presence so strongly that she turned to see him if he was beside her. Her heart was fluttering, and she felt strange, but peaceful. It was time to stop pretending to be having fun, being a merry widow. She wasn't merry, hadn't been merry since Jim had died. She didn't want anyone else, didn't want anything else. She lay against the rock and watched the waves gently lapping nearer and nearer, and heard the sound of the gulls overhead. And it seemed to Maisie that it was Jim's voice she heard calling. Then everything went dark, and all at once it seemed to be very bright, and the sounds of the gulls mixed with Jim's voice, and Maisie felt the waves on her legs and welcomed them like a comforting duvet. She smiled to herself and thought she felt Jim beside her as she murmured, "You may never want to change partners again."
Wow, what a lovely, poignant piece. That was absolutely wonderful. I have a little tear in my eye after that. Really, really lovely piece, and so beautifully read, Laurie. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'd now like to welcome Leslie herself, who is going to introduce her play, Passing Acquaintances. Over to you, Leslie.
Oh, thank you, Sally. So Passing Acquaintances is a bittersweet love story. It's a sort of modern take on Brief Encounters, with Zoe Arden as Beth and Bill Compton as Jim. King's Cross Station. 2 railway carriages are side by side. Beth is sitting in one of the carriages reading a magazine. The man in the carriage opposite is putting his case on the luggage rack. He sits down and opens a magazine.
Well, this is extraordinary. How are you?
Oh, fine, fine. Oh, it's a funny way to meet after all these years, isn't it?
Yes. Well, I often wondered if we'd, meet.
Did you? That means you thought about me.
Well,
Are you still married to Peter?
Peter died 2 years ago. And you? Did you ever marry?
No, I never found the right woman. You're looking lovely, Beth. Just the same.
Nonsense. I look a terrible mess.
Oh, you haven't changed. You never could take a compliment. Where are you going?
Leeds, to see my daughter.
You have a daughter?
Yes, she's at university.
Oh, clever girl. How old is she?
20, just.
20? Really?
Yes, it's been a long time. And anyway, where are you going?
Hull, of all places. It's quite easy to get to Leeds from Hull.
Is it? I didn't think one could get anywhere easily from Hull.
Look, now that we've met again, we could have dinner or something.
I don't know.
Oh, come on. My train's going in a minute. Where are you staying?
Oh, Jim, I don't know if it's a good idea.
Beth, you know you want to.
After what happened, I tried to forget you. I don't think...
After what happened? What do you mean? I was frantic. I was trying to find you.
You? Trying to find me? But I thought...
Yeah, that girl you live with. What was her name?
Andrea.
Yeah, she said you didn't want to see me again.
What? The bitch. She always fancied you. Did you know that? Oh, God. Jim, all those years. All those wasted years.
Yeah, but we've been given another chance. Come on, don't let's lose it.
Oh, we're different people.
But I think we've still got the same feelings. Why don't we give it a try?
Yes, I'd love to.
Well, come on, give me your number.
Oh, hang on a minute. I always forget it. I'll find my phone.
Come on, hurry.
Here we are. It's 079877653.
What?
079877653. Jim.
So, thank you very much, cast and readers, for those beautiful pieces written by Leslie. They were very delightful, and it's lovely to see that we've got such a high standard of local talent on our doorstep. It's brilliant. I really enjoyed those pieces. Leslie, of course, is going to be returning to us later this morning to read some poems, and I shall definitely be waiting for that and looking forward to it. But now I'm going to hand over to Lottie, who is taking over from me as your host, so that I can go off for a cup of tea and a cheeky little biscuit before I get myself ready for a performance later this morning. So over to you, Lottie.
Thank you, Sally. I'm just looking at my programme. It was all going so well, wasn't it? And here we are. So while Sally's enjoying her biscuit, I'm panicking over bits of paper and what's happening on my screen. But welcome back, everyone. So after that lovely little visit to English suburbia, we're now travelling across the pond and across the years to the USA of the 19th century. Helen Keller was deaf and blind and grew up to become a famous author. The play The Miracle Worker is based on Helen's life and her close bond with her teacher, Annie Sullivan. And Dorothy Duffy is going to read in Helen's own words about life before Miss Sullivan arrived. We then look back on the fun and innocence of childhood with To Five, which is the preface to Susan Coolidge's novel What Katie Did, and will be read by Claire Henderson Rowe. And finally, we visit the March family, where four little women are planning a wedding. But first, we're going to my Western home with Susan and Lauren.
Oh, give me a home where the buffalo roam and the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word and the skies are not cloudy all day. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. Give me a land where the bright diamond sand flows leisurely down the stream, where the graceful white swan glows gliding along, bathed in a heavenly dream. home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. How often at night, when the heavens are bright with the light of the glittering stars, have I stood here amazed, and I asked as I gazed if their glory exceeds that of ours. Home, home on the range, the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day.
I cannot recall what happened during the first month after my illness. I only know that I sat in my mother's lap or clung to her dress as she went about her household duties. My hands felt every object and observed every motion, and in this way I learned to know many things. Soon I felt the need for some communication with others and began to make crude signs. A shake of the head meant no, and a nod, yes. A pull meant come, and a push, go. Was it bread that I wanted? Then I would imitate the acts of cutting the slices and buttering them. If I wanted my mother to make ice cream for dinner, I made the sign for working the freezer and shivered, indicating cold. My mother, moreover, succeeded in making me understand a good deal. I always knew when she wished me to bring her something, and I would run upstairs or anywhere else she indicated. Indeed, I owe to her loving wisdom all that was bright and good in my long night. As I grew, the desire to express myself grew. The few signs I used became less and less adequate, and my failures to make myself understood were invariably followed by outbursts of passion. I felt as if invisible hands were holding me, and I made frantic efforts to free myself. I struggled, not that struggling helped matters, but the spirit of resistance was strong within me. I generally broke down in tears and physical exhaustion. If my mother happened to be near, I crept into her arms, too miserable even to remember the cause of the tempest. After a while, the need of some means of communication became so urgent that these outbursts occurred daily, sometimes hourly. My parents were deeply grieved and perplexed. We lived a long way from any school for the blind or deaf, and it seemed unlikely that anyone could come to such an out-of-the-way place as Tuscumbia to teach a child who was both deaf and blind. Indeed, my friends and relatives sometimes doubted whether I could be taught. My mother's only ray of hope came from Dickens' American Notes. She had read his account of Laura Bridgman and remembered vaguely that she was deaf and blind, yet had been educated. But she also remembered with a hopeless pang that Dr. Howe, who had discovered the way to teach the deaf and blind, had been dead for many years. His methods had probably died with him, and if they had not, how was a little girl in a far-off town in Alabama to receive the benefit of them? When I was about 6 years old, my father heard of an eminent oculist in Baltimore who had been successful in many cases that had seemed hopeless. My parents had once determined to take me to Baltimore to see if anything could be done for my eyes. The journey, which I remember well, was very pleasant. I made friends with many people on the train. One lady gave me a box of shells. My father made holes in these so that I could string them, and for a long time they kept me happy and contented. The conductor, too, was kind. Often, when he went his rounds, I clung to his coattails while he collected and punched the tickets. His punch, with which he let me play, was a delightful toy. Curled up in a corner of the seat, I amused myself for hours, making funny little holes in bits of cardboard. When we arrived in Baltimore, Dr. Chisholm received us kindly, but he could do nothing. He said, however, that I could be educated and advised my father to consult Dr. Alexander Graham Bell of Washington, who would be able to give him information about schools and teachers of deaf or blind children. Acting on the doctor's advice, we went immediately to Washington to see Dr. Bell. My father, with a sad heart and many misgivings, I, wholly unconscious of his anguish, finding pleasure in the excitement of moving from place to place. Child as I was, I at once felt the tenderness and sympathy which endeared Dr. Bell to so many hearts, as his wonderful achievements enlist their admiration. He held me on his knee while I examined his watch, and he made it strike for me. He understood my signs, and I knew it and loved him at once. But I did not dream that that interview would be the door through which I should pass from darkness into light, from isolation to friendship, companionship, knowledge, and love. Dr. Bell advised my father to write to Mr. Anagnos, director of the Perkins Institution in Boston, the scene of Dr. Howe's great labors for the blind, and ask him if he had a teacher competent to begin my education. This my father did at once, and in a few weeks there came a kind letter from Mr. Anagnos with the comforting assurance that a teacher had been found. This was in the summer of 1886, but Miss Sullivan did not arrive until the following March. Thus I came up out of Egypt and stood before Sinai, and a power divine touched my spirit and gave it sight, so that I beheld many wonders. And from the sacred fountain, I heard a voice which said, knowledge is love and light and vision.
6 of us, my darlings, played together beneath green boughs, which faded long ago, made merry in the golden summer weather, pelted each other with new fallen snow. Did the sun always shine? I can't remember a single cloud that dimmed the happy blue, a single lightning bolt or peal of thunder to daunt our bright, unfearing lives. Can you? We quarreled often, but made peace as quickly, shed many tears, but laughed the while they fell. Had our woes, our childish bumps and bruises, but mother always kissed and made them well. Is it long since? It seems a moment only, yet here we are in bonnets and tailcoats, grave men of business, members of committees, our playtime ended, even baby votes. And star-eyed children, in whose innocent faces kindles the gladness which was once our own, crowded round our knees with sweet and coaxing voices, asking for stories of that old-time home. Were you once little too, they say, astonished? Did you too play? How funny! Tell us how. Almost we start, forgetful for a moment. Almost we answer, we are little now. Dear friend and lover, whom today we christen, forgive such brief bewilderment. Thy true and kindly hand we hold. We own thee, fairest. But our yesterday was precious too. So, darlings, take this little childish story, in which some gleams of the old sunshine play, and, as with careless hands you turn the pages, look back and smile, as here I smile today.
Little Women by Louisa May Alcott. Chapter 25, The First Wedding. The June roses over the porch were awake bright and early on that morning, rejoicing with all their hearts in the cloudless sunshine, like friendly little neighbors as they were. Quite flushed with excitement were their ruddy faces, as they swung in the wind, whispering to one another what they had seen. For some peeped in at the dining room windows where the feast was spread. Some climbed up to nod and smile at the sisters as they dressed the bride. Others waved a welcome to those who came and went on various errands in garden, porch, and hall. And all, from the rosiest full-blown flower to the palest baby bud, offered their tribute of beauty and fragrance to the gentle mistress who had loved and tended them so long.
Meg looked very like a rose herself, for all that was best and sweetest in heart and soul seemed to bloom into her face that day, making it fair and tender, with the charm of more beautiful than beauty. Neither silk, lace, nor orange flowers would she have. I don't want a fashionable wedding, but only those about me whom I love, and to them I wish to look and be my familiar self. So she made her wedding gown herself, sewing into it the tender hopes and innocent romances of a girlish heart. Her sisters braided up her pretty hair, and the only ornaments she wore were the lilies of the valley, which her John liked best of all the flowers that grew.
You do look just like our own dear Meg, only so very sweet and lovely that I should hug you if it wouldn't crumple your dress,
cried Amy, surveying her with delight when all was done.
Then I am satisfied. But please hug and kiss me, everyone, and don't mind my dress. I want a great many crumples of this sort put into it today.
And Meg opened her arms to her sisters, who clung about her with April faces for a minute, feeling that the new love had not changed the old.
Now I am going to tie John's cravat for him, and then to stay a few minutes with father quietly in the study.
And Meg ran down to perform these little ceremonies, and then to follow her mother wherever she went, conscious that in spite of the smiles on the motherly face, there was a secret sorrow hid in the motherly heart at the flight of the first bird from the nest. As the younger girls stand together, giving the last touches to their simple toilet, it may be a good time to tell of a few changes which 3 years have wrought in their appearance, for all are looking their best just now.
Jo's angles are much softer. She's learned to carry herself with ease, if not grace. The curly crop is lengthened into a thick coil more becoming to the small head atop the tall figure. There is a fresh color in her brown cheeks, a soft shine in her eyes, and only gentle words fall from her sharp tongue today.
Beth has grown slender, pale, and more quiet than ever. The beautiful, kind eyes are larger, and in them lies an expression that saddens one, although it is not sad itself. It is the shadow of pain, which touches the young face with such pathetic patience. But Beth seldom complains, and always speaks hopefully of being better soon.
Amy is, in truth, considered the flower of the family, for at 16 she has the air and bearing of a full-grown woman. Not beautiful, but possessed of that indescribable charm called grace. One saw it in the lines of her figure, the make and motion of her hands, the flow of her dress, the droop of her hair, unconscious yet harmonious, and as attractive to many as beauty itself. Amy's nose still afflicted her, for it never would grow Grecian. So did her mouth, being too wide and having a decided chin. These offending features gave character to her whole face, but she never could see it, and consoled herself with her wonderfully fair complexion, keen blue eyes and curls more golden and abundant than ever.
All three wore suits, their best gowns for the summer, with blush roses in hair and bosom, and all three looked just what they were, fresh-faced, happy-hearted girls, pausing a moment in their busy lives to read with wistful eyes the sweetest chapter in the romance of womanhood. There were to be no ceremonious performances. Everything was to be as natural and homelike as possible. So when Aunt March arrived, she was scandalized to see the bride come running to welcome and lead her in, to find the bridegroom fastening up a garland that had fallen down, and to catch a glimpse of the paternal minister marching upstairs with a grave countenance and a wine bottle under each arm.
Upon my word, here's a state of things,
cried the old lady, taking the seat of honor prepared for her, and settling the folds of her lavender moire with a great rustle.
You oughtn't seen till the last minute, child.
I'm not a show, Auntie, and no one is coming to stare at me, to criticize my dress or count the cost of my luncheon. I'm too happy to care what anyone says or thinks, and I'm going to have my little wedding just as I like it. John, dear, here's your hammer.
And away went Meg to help that man in his highly improper employment. Mr. Brooke didn't even say, "Thank you." But as he stooped for the unromantic tool, he kissed his little bride behind the folding door with a look that made Aunt March whisk out her pocket handkerchief with a sudden dew in her sharp old eyes. A crash, a cry, and a laugh from Laurie, accompanied by the indecorous exclamation,
"Jupiter, Mom! Joe's upset the cake again!"
caused a momentary flurry, which was hardly over when a flock of cousins arrived, and the party came in, as Beth used to say when a child.
Don't let that young giant come near me. He worries me worse than mosquitoes,
whispered the old lady to Amy, as the rooms filled and Laurie's black head towered above the rest.
He has promised to be very good today, and he can be perfectly elegant if he likes,
returned Amy, and gliding away to warn Hercules to beware of the dragon, which warning caused him to haunt the old lady with a devotion that nearly distracted her. There was no bridal procession, but a sudden silence fell upon the room as Mr. March and the young couple took their places under the green arch. Mother and sisters gathered close, as if loath to give Meg up. The fatherly voice broke more than once, which only seemed to make the service more beautiful and solemn. The bridegroom's hand trembled visibly, and no one heard his replies. But Meg looked straight up in her husband's eyes and said,
"I will,"
with such tender trust in her own face and voice that her mother's heart rejoiced and Aunt March sniffed audibly. Jo did not cry, though. She was very near it once, and was only saved from a demonstration by the consciousness that Laurie was staring fixedly at her, with a comical mixture of merriment and emotion in his wicked black eyes. Beth kept her face hidden on her mother's shoulder, but Amy stood like a graceful statue, with a most becoming ray of sunshine touching her white forehead and the flower in her hair. It wasn't at all the thing, I'm afraid, but the minute she was fairly married, Meg cried,
"The first kiss for Marmee,"
and turning, gave it with her heart on her lips. During the next 15 minutes, she looked more like a rose than ever, for everyone availed themselves of their privileges to the fullest extent, from Mr. Lawrence to old Hannah, who, adorned with a headdress fearfully and wonderfully made, fell upon her in the hall, crying with a sob and a chuckle,
"Oh, bless you, dearie, 100 times. The cake ain't hurt a mite, and everything looks lovely."
Everybody cleared up after that and said something brilliant, or tried to, which did just as well, for laughter is ready when hearts are light. There was no display of gifts, for they were already in the little house, nor was there an elaborate breakfast, but a plentiful lunch of cake and fruit, dressed with flowers.
Mr. Lawrence and Aunt March shrugged and smiled at one another when water, lemonade, and coffee were found to be the only source of nectar which the three Hebes carried round. No one said anything till Laurie, who insisted on serving the bride, appeared before her with a loaded salver in his hand and a puzzled expression on his face.
Has Joe smashed all the bottles by accident? Or am I merely laboring under a delusion that I saw some lying about loose this morning?
No, your grandfather kindly offered us his best, and Aunt March actually sent some. But father put away a little for Beth and dispatched the rest to the soldiers' home. Oh, you know he thinks that wine should only be used in illness, and mother says that neither she nor her daughters will ever offer it to any young man under her roof.
Meg spoke seriously and expected to see Laurie frown or laugh, but he did neither, for after a quick look at her, he said in his impetuous way,
I like that. I've seen enough harm done to wish other women would think as you do.
You are not made wise by experience, I hope.
And there was an anxious accent in Meg's voice.
Oh, no, I give you my word for it. Don't think too well of me either. This is not one of my temptations. Being brought up where wine is as common as water and almost as harmless, I don't care for it. But when a pretty girl offers it, one doesn't like to refuse, you see.
But you will for the sake of others, if not for your own. Oh, come, Laurie, promise, and give me one more reason to call this the happiest day of my life.
A demand so sudden and so serious made the young man hesitate a moment. For ridicule is often harder to bear than self-denial. Meg knew that if he gave the promise, he would keep it at all costs, and feeling her power, used it as a woman may for her friend's good. She did not speak, but she looked up at him with a face made very eloquent by happiness and a smile which said,
No one can refuse me anything today.
Laurie certainly could not, and with an answering smile, he gave her his hand, saying heartily,
I promise, Mrs. Brooks.
I thank you very, very much.
And I drink long life to your resolution, Teddy,
cried Joe, baptizing him with a splash of lemonade as she waved her glass and beamed approvingly upon him. So the toast was drunk, the pledge made, and loyally kept, in spite of many temptations, for with instinctive wisdom, the girls seized a happy moment to do their friend a service for which he thanked them all his life. After lunch, people strolled about by twos and threes through the house and garden, enjoying the sunshine without and within. Meg and John happened to be standing together in the middle of the grass plot when Laurie was seized with an inspiration which put the finishing touch to this unfashionable wedding.
All the married people take hands and dance round the new-made husband and wife, as the Germans do, while we bachelors and spinsters prance in couples outside,
cried Laurie, promenading down the path with Amy with such infectious spirit and skill that everyone else followed their example without a murmur. Mr. and Mrs. March, Aunt and Uncle Carol began it. Others rapidly joined in. Even Sally Moffat, after a moment's hesitation, threw her train over her arm and whisked Ned into the ring. But the crowning joke was Mr. Lawrence and Aunt March, for when the stately old gentleman chassed solemnly up to the old lady, she just tucked her cane under her arm and hopped briskly away to join hands with the rest and dance about the bridal pair, while the young folks pervaded the garden like butterflies on a midsummer day. Want of breath brought the impromptu ball to a close, and then people began to go.
I wish you well, my dear. I heartily wish you well, but you'll be sorry for it,
said Aunt March to Meg, adding to the bridegroom as he led her to the carriage,
You've got a treasure, young man. See that you deserve it.
This is the prettiest wedding I've been to for an age, Ned, and I don't see why, for there wasn't a bit of style about it, observed Mrs. Moffat to her husband as they drove away.
Laurie, my lad, if you ever want to indulge in this sort of thing, get one of those little girls to help you, and I shall be perfectly satisfied,
said Mr. Lawrence, settling himself in his easy chair to rest after the excitement of the morning.
I'll do my best to gratify you, sir,
was Laurie's unusually dutiful reply as he carefully unpinned the posy Joe had put in his buttonhole. The little house was not far away, and the only bridal journey Meg had was the quiet walk with John from the old home to the new. When she came down, looking like a pretty Quakeress in her dove-colored suit and straw bonnet tied with white, they all gathered around her to say goodbye as tenderly as if she had been going to make the grand tour.
Don't feel that I am separated from you, Marmee dear, or that I love any of you the less for loving John so much,
he said, clinging to her mother with full eyes for a moment.
I shall come every day, Father, and expect to keep my old place in all your hearts, though I am married. Beth is going to be with me a great deal, and the other girls will drop in now and then to laugh at my housekeeping struggles. Thank you all for my happy wedding day. Goodbye. Goodbye.
They stood watching her with faces full of love and hope and tender pride as she walked away, leaning on her husband's arm, with her hands full of flowers and the June sunshine brightening her happy face. And so Meg's married life began. Thank you, everybody. The company were Lauren Gerlach, Susan Gerlach, Tracy Frankson, myself, Sally Halsey, and our director, Mandy Stenhouse. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Wasn't that lovely? That was a real trip down memory lane to me, to my schoolgirl days. Now, talking of schoolgirl days and children's books, E.B. White wrote the book Stuart Little and Charlotte's Web. And he also wrote this letter to his wife, via Daisy the dog, when he discovered that Mrs. White was pregnant. Dear Mrs. White, I like having Josephine here in the morning, although I suppose I will get less actual thinking done, as I used to do my thinking mornings in the bathroom. White has been stewing around for 2 days now, a little bit worried, because he's not sure that he's made you realise how glad he is that there is to be what the column writer in the Mirror calls a blessed event. So I'm taking this opportunity, Mrs. White, to help him out to the extent of writing you a brief note, which I haven't done in quite a long time, but have been a little sick myself, as you know. Well, the truth is, White is beside himself and would have said more about it, but is holding himself back, not wanting to appear ludicrous to a veteran mother. What he feels, he told me, is a strange, queer, tight little twitchy feeling around the inside of his throat whenever he thinks that something is happening which will require so much love, and all on account of you being so wonderful. I'm not making myself clear, I'm afraid, but on the occasions when White has spoken privately with me about this, he was in no condition to make himself clear either, and I'm just doing the best I can in my own way. I know White so well that I always know what is the matter with him, and it always comes to the same thing. He gets thinking that nothing he writes or says ever quite expresses his feelings, and he worries about his inarticulateness, just the same as he does about his bowels, except it's worse. And it makes him either mad or sick or with a prickly sensation in the head. But my, last Sunday he was so full of this matter which he couldn't talk about, and he was what Josephine in her simple way would call happy, and particularly so because it seemed so good that everything was starting at once. I mean, those things, whatever they are, that are making such a noise over in the pond by Palmer Lewis's house, and the song sparrow that even I could hear from my confinement in the house, and those little seeds that you were sprinkling up where the cut glass and bones used to be, all starting at the same time as the baby, which he seems to think exists already by the way he stands around staring at you and muttering little prayers. Of course, he's also very worried for fear you will get the idea that he is regarding you merely as a future mother and not as a present person, or that he wants the child merely as a vindication of his vanity. I doubt if those things are true. White enjoys animal husbandry of all kinds, including his own. And as for his regard for you, he's told me, quite apart from this fertility, he admires you in all kinds of situations or dilemmas, some of which he says have been quite dirty. Well, Mrs. White, I expect I'm tiring you with this long letter, but as you often say yourself, a husband and wife should tell each other about the things that are on their mind, otherwise you get nowhere. And White didn't seem to be able to tell you about this happiness, so thought I would attempt to put it in a word. White is getting me a new blanket. The cushion in the bathroom is soiled. Lovingly, Daisy. I think that's my favourite love letter of all time. And I'm leaving you now and passing over to the wonderful Steve, who is going to do continuity for our next selection of dramatic delights. Enjoy, everybody.
Thank you, Lottie. Hi everyone, as you heard, I'm Steve Wayman and I'm your host for this session, and you are watching Teddington Theatre Club's online marathon performance of What's Love Got to Do With It? This is our Valentine's weekend celebration of love in all its forms, throughout the ages, in drama and literature, live on YouTube. We don't, I'm afraid, have Tina Turner, but we do have 80 of our finest actors and readers performing more than 150 pieces spanning 25 centuries. Now, I just have to say, TTC, we're a registered charity and a community theatre, not for profit, and this production is free to the public. But like all theatre companies, we've been very, very hard hit by the lockdown, and we've had next to no income for almost a year now. So if you're enjoying what you see, please consider making a donation. You can find the donate button on our website landing page. That's Teddington Theatre Club, or one word, .org.uk. It's very quick and a simple process using PayPal. We'd be extremely grateful for anything at all that you can give, no matter how small. Now, you heard earlier from award-winning local writer Leslie North. You heard from her, you heard some a short play and some stories. She has her own poetry website you might be interested in called Versatility, and she has a one-woman show called Swimming in Suburbia. Now she's going to be reading 3 of her own love poems. So without further ado, it's over to you, Leslie.
Thanks, Steve. Thank you very much. So now we have 3 poems, and of course they're about love. And the first one is called Valentine. February is the shortest one. Give a blink and it is done. So it will be with this rhyme. Gives me a bit more leisure time. I think we could have fun with this. It is the month to love and kiss, to snuggle with the one you love while gazing at the moon above. It's all romantic, nothing porny. And yes, of course, it's very corny. So celebrate with cake and wine if you have a Valentine. If not, don't think you're on the shelf. The important thing is to love yourself. So poem number 2 is called Swooning. The stars above, a silvery moon, and all those things that make you swoon. A poet's dream, and all things seem crystallized in one moonbeam. Oh no, the heady dewy bliss, as trembling lips await a kiss. The month of love, with flittery, glittery stars above, and very soon you'll hear a tune of passion and desire that set your very soul on fire. So gaze into your lover's eyes and whisper, oh, surprise, surprise. Look what you've won.
I am your prize. And finally, a poem called Love. It can creep up on you unaware or mug you when you thought you couldn't care. And where would we be and how would we live in a world without love? None to take, none to give. No beggar would eat. No cheek would be kissed. No tears would be shed, for no one would be missed. No naughty books in brown paper covers, nil shades of grey and no chatterly lovers. There'd be no sweet love songs and no broken hearts, no agony aunts and no Cupid's darts. So thank whoever your God may be, that love is here for you and me, on the earth below and the heavens above. As they say, in the end, what endures is love. Happy Valentine.
Oh, that was absolutely lovely. Thank you, Leslie. Such a talented lady. Now we're moving back in time, rather a long way actually, from the modern day, way back to before Christ. And we've called our next segment, Carry On Cleos. Now, dramatists rarely let historical facts get in the way of a good story. And the following plays provide two different perspectives of the life of Cleopatra, Queen of the Nile, a woman said to be incredibly seductive, beguiling, irresistible. In Caesar and Cleopatra, George Bernard Shaw presents the Roman Emperor Julius Caesar as a self-doubting cynic, experiencing something of a midlife crisis, and Cleopatra as an imperious and impertinent child on the threshold of womanhood. That she was his lover and bore him a son is rarely contested, but that is not the matter of Shaw's play. He wanted to prove that it was politics, not love, that drew Cleopatra to Caesar. In the better-known epic Antony and Cleopatra, Roman general Mark Antony is sent to control the outer reaches of the vast Roman Empire. Shakespeare presents the pair as a bickering, ageing lovers, both finding their scandalous relationship undermined by creeping anxiety that as they age, their political and personal powers are diminishing. To avoid humiliation at the hands of Octavius Caesar, Julius's great-nephew, they will both betray each other's love in moments of all too human frailty, which only serves to make the culmination of this tragedy all the more moving. Both of these play excerpts are directed by our own Deb McDowell, and the musical interlude between the two is a piece called Indoor by Kevin MacLeod. Cast, the stage is yours.
Did you mean me to go with the rest?
You are free to do just as you please, Cleopatra.
Well, then you do not care whether I stay or not.
Of course, I'd rather you stayed.
Much? Much rather?
Much, much rather.
Then I consent to stay, because I am asked. But I do not want to, mind.
That is quite understood. Tota Tita!
Her name is not Tota Tita. It's Patata Tita. Patata Tita!
Fatata Fita will forgive the erring tongue of a Roman. Tota, the Queen will hold her state here in Alexandria, engage women to attend upon her, and do all that is needful.
Am I then the mistress of the Queen's household?
No, I am the mistress of the Queen's household. Go and do as you are told, or I will have you thrown into the Nile this very afternoon to poison the poor crocodiles.
Oh, no, no!
Oh, yes, yes. You are very sentimental, Caesar, but you are clever. And if you do as I tell you, you will soon learn to govern.
Cleopatra, I really think I must eat you after all.
You must not talk to me now as if I were a child.
Oh, you've been growing up since the Sphinx introduced us the other night, and you think you know more than I do already.
No, that would be very silly of me. Of course I know that. But are you angry with me?
No.
Why are you so thoughtful?
I have work to do, Cleopatra.
Work? You are tired of talking to me, and this is your excuse to get away from me.
Well, another minute, but then work.
Work? What nonsense. You must remember that you are a king. I have made you one. Kings don't work.
Oh, and who told you that, little kitten? Eh?
My father was king of Egypt, and he never worked. but he was a great king. And he cut off my sister's head because she rebelled against him and took the throne from him.
Well, and how did he get his throne back again?
I will tell you. A beautiful young man with strong round arms came over the desert with many horsemen and slew my sister's husband and gave my father back his throne. I was only 12 then. Oh, I wish he would come back now that I am a queen. I would make him my husband.
It might be managed, perhaps, for it was I who sent that beautiful young man to help your father.
You know him?
I do.
Has he come with you? Oh, I wish he had. I wish he had. If only I were a little older, so he might not think me a mere kitten as you do. But perhaps that's because you are old. He is many, many years younger than you, is he not?
He is somewhat younger.
Would he be my husband, do you think, if I asked him?
Very likely.
I should not like to ask him. Could you not persuade him to ask me, without knowing that I wanted him to?
My poor child.
Why do you say that as if you were sorry for me? Does he love anyone else?
I'm afraid so.
Then I shall not be his first love.
Not quite the first. He is greatly admired by women.
I wish I could be the first. But if he loves me, I will make him kill all the rest. Tell me, is he still beautiful? Do his strong round arms shine in the sun like marble?
He is in excellent condition, considering how much he eats and drinks.
You must not say common earthly things about him, for I love him. He is a god.
He is a great captain of horsemen, and swifter of foot than any other Roman.
What is his real name?
His real name?
Yes. I always call him Horus, because Horus is the most beautiful of our gods. But I want to know his real name.
His name is Mark Antony.
Mark Antony. Mark Antony. Mark Antony. Oh, what a beautiful name. Oh, I love you for sending him to help my father. Did you love my father very much?
No, my child, but your father, as you say, never worked. I always work. So when he lost his crown, he had to promise me 16,000 talents to get it back for him.
Did he ever pay you?
Not in full.
He was quite right. It was too dear. The whole world is not worth 16,000 talents.
Oh, that's perhaps true, Cleopatra. Those Egyptians who work paid as much of it as he could drag from them. The rest is still due. But as I most likely shall not get it, I must get back to work. So you must run away for a little and send my secretary to me.
No, I want to stay and hear talk about Mark Antony.
But if I do not get to work, Pothinus and the rest of them will cut us off from the harbour, and then the way to Rome from Rome will be blocked.
No matter. I don't want you to go back to Rome.
But you want Mark Antony to come from it?
Oh, yes. Yes, I forgot. Go quickly and work, Caesar, and keep the way over the sea open for my Mark Antony. Now, Pothinus, why did you bribe for Tatatita to bring you hither?
Cleopatra, what they tell me is true. You are changed.
You speak with Caesar every day for 6 months, and you will be changed.
It is a common talk that you are infatuated with this old man.
Infatuated? What does that mean? Made foolish, is it? Oh no, I wish I were.
You wish you were made foolish? How so?
When I was foolish, I did what I liked. Except when Tatatita beat me, and even then I cheated her and did it by stealth. Now that Caesar has made me wise, there's no use my liking or disliking. I do what must be done, and have no time to attend to myself. That is not happiness, but it is greatness. If Caesar were gone, I think I could govern the Egyptians. What Caesar is to me, I am to the fools around me.
Cleopatra, this may be the vanity of youth.
No. It is not that I am so clever, but that the others are so stupid.
Truly, that is a great secret.
Well, now tell me what you came to say.
I? Nothing.
Nothing?
Well, at least To beg for my liberty, that is all.
For that, you would have knelt to Caesar. No, Pothinus. You came with some plan that depended on Cleopatra being a little nursery kitten. Now that Cleopatra is a queen, the plan is upset.
It is so.
Aha!
Is Cleopatra then indeed a queen and no longer Caesar's prisoner and slave?
Pothinus, we are all Caesar's slaves, all we in this land of Egypt, whether we will or no. And she who is wise enough to know this will reign when Caesar departs.
You harp on Caesar's departure.
What if I do?
Does he not love you?
Love me? Pothinus, Caesar loves no one. Who are those we love? Only those whom we do not hate. All people are strangers and enemies to us, except those we love. But it is not so with Caesar. He has no hatred in him. He makes friends with everyone, as he does with dogs and children. His kindness to me is a wonder. Neither mother, father, nor nurse have ever taken so much care for me or thrown open their thoughts so freely to me.
Well, is this not love?
What? When he will do as much for the first girl he meets on his way back to Rome? Ask his slave Britannicus. He has been just as good to him. Nay, ask his very horse. His kindness is not for anything in me. It's in his own nature.
But how can you be sure that he does not love you as men love women?
Because I cannot make him jealous. I have tried.
Perhaps I should have asked then, do you love him?
Can one love a god? Besides, I love another Roman, one whom I saw long before Caesar. No god, but a man. One who can love and hate, one whom I can hurt. And who will hurt me?
Does Caesar know this?
Yes.
And he is not angry?
He promises to send him to Egypt to please me.
I do not understand this man.
You understand Caesar? How could you? I do. By instinct.
Your Majesty caused me to be admitted today. What message has the Queen for me?
This. You think that by making my brother king, you will rule in Egypt, because you are his guardian, and he is a little silly.
The Queen is pleased to say so.
The Queen is pleased to say this also, that Caesar will eat up you and my brother as a cat eats up mice, and that you will put on this land of Egypt as a shepherd puts on his garment. And when he has done that, he will return to Rome and leave Cleopatra here as his viceroy.
Come, do not be angry with me. I'm sorry for that poor Totatita. Ah, you're laughing. Does that mean reconciliation?
No. It is so ridiculous to hear you call her Totatita.
What? As much as a child as ever, Cleopatra. Have I not made a woman of you after all?
Oh, it is you who are a great baby. You make me seem silly because you will not behave seriously. But you have treated me badly, and I do not forgive you.
Bid me farewell.
I will not.
I will send you a beautiful present from Rome.
Beauty from Rome to Egypt, indeed. What can Rome give me that Egypt cannot give me?
That is true, Caesar. If the present is to be really beautiful, I shall have to buy it for you in Alexandria.
You are forgetting the treasures for which Rome is most famous, my friend. You cannot buy them in Alexandria.
What are they, Caesar?
Her sons. Come, Cleopatra, forgive me and bid me farewell, and I will send you a man, Roman from head to heel and Roman of the noblest, not old and ripe for the knife, not lean in the arms and cold in the heart, not hiding a bald head under his conqueror's laurels, not stooped with the weight of the world on his shoulders, but brisk and fresh, strong and young, hoping in the morning, fighting in the day, and reveling in the evening. Will you take such a one in exchange for Caesar?
His name.
Shall it be Mark Antony?
Mark Antony!
You are a bad hand at a bargain, mistress, if you will swap Caesar for Antony.
So now you are satisfied.
You will not forget.
I will not forget. Farewell. I do not think we shall meet again. Farewell.
Hail Caesar, and farewell. No tears, dearest queen. They stab your servant to the heart. He will return someday.
I hope not. But I can't help crying all the same.
Where is he?
I did not see him since.
See where he is, who's with him, what he does. I did not send you. If you find him sad, say I am dancing. If in mirth, report I am sudden sick. Quick and return.
Madam, methinks if you did love him dearly, you do not hold the method to enforce the like from him.
What should I do? I do not.
In each thing, give him way. Cross him in nothing.
Thou teachest like a fool the way to lose him.
Tempt him not so too far. I wish forbear, in time we hate that which we often fear. But here comes Antony.
I am sick and sullen. Oh, Antony, where are you?
I saw him coming hither.
Yes. He's often late.
I'm sorry to give breathing to my purpose.
Help me away, dear Charmian. I shall fall. It cannot be thus long. The sides of nature will not sustain it.
Now, my dearest queen.
Pray you, stand farther from me.
What's the matter?
I know by that same eye there's some good news. What says the married woman? You may go? Would she had never given you leave to come? Let her not say 'tis I that keep you here. I have no power upon you. Hers you are.
The gods best know.
Never was there queen so mightily betrayed. Yet at the first I saw the treasons planted.
Cleopatra.
I think you can be mine and true, though you in swearing shake the throned gods who have been false to Fulvia. Riotous madness to be entangled with those mouth-made vows which break themselves in swearing.
Most sweet queen.
Nay, pray you, seek no colour for your going, but bid farewell and go. When you sued staying, then was the time for words, no going then. Eternity was in our lips and eyes, bliss in our brows bent, none our parts so poor but was a race of heaven. They are so still, or thou, the greatest soldier of the world, art turned the greatest liar.
Oh, now, lady.
I would I had thy inches. Thou shouldst know there were a heart in Egypt.
Hear me, queen. The strong necessity of time commands our services awhile, but my full heart remains in use with you. Our Italy shines over with civil swords. Sextus Pompeius makes his approaches to the port of Rome. The equality of two domestic powers breeds scrupulous faction. The hated grown to strength, are newly grown to love. The condemned Pompey, rich in his father's honour, creeps apace into the hearts of such as have not thrived upon the present state, whose numbers threaten. And quietness, grown sick of rest, would purge by any desperate change. My more particular, and that which most with you should save my going, is Fulvia's death.
Though age from folly could not give me freedom, it does from childishness. Can Fulvia die?
She's dead, my queen. Look here, and at thy sovereign leisure read the garboils she await. At the last best, see when and where she died.
O most false love, where be the sacred vials thou shouldst fill with sorrowful water? Now I see, in Fulvia's death how mine received shall be.
Quarrel no more, but be prepared to know the purposes I bear, which are, or cease, as you shall give the advice. By the fire that quickens, nihilist lies, I go from hence, thy soldier servant, making peace or war as thou affects.
Cut my lace, Charmian, come. But let it be. I am quickly ill and well, so Antony loves.
My precious queen, forbear, and give true evidence to his love, which stands an honourable trial.
So Fulvia told me. I prithee turn aside and weep for her, then bid adieu to me and say the tears belong to Egypt. Good now, play one scene of excellent dissembling and let it look like perfect honour.
You'll heat my blood no more.
You can do better yet, but this is meekly.
Now by my sword!
And target. Still he mends, but this is not the best. Look, prithee, Charmian, how this Herculean Roman does become the carriage of his chaff.
I'll leave you, lady.
Courteous lord, one word. Sir, you and I must part. But that's not it. Sir, you and I have loved. But there's not it. That you know well. Something it is I would... Oh, my oblivion is a very Antony, and I am all forgotten.
But that your royalty holds idleness its subject, I should take you for idleness itself.
'Tis sweating labour to bear such idleness so near the heart as Cleopatra this. But, sir, forgive me, since my becomings kill me when they do not eye well to you. Your honour calls you hence, therefore be deaf to my unpitied folly, and all the gods go with you. Upon your sword sit laurel victory, and smooth success be strewed before your feet.
Let us go. Come. Our separation so abides and flies that thou, residing here, goes yet with me, and I, hence fleeting, remain here with thee. Away.
O Charmian, where thinkst thou he is now? Stands he, or sits he? Or does he walk? Or is he on his horse? Oh, happy horse to bear the weight of Antony! Do bravely, horse, for wot'st thou whom thou movest? The demi-Atlas of this earth, the arm and burgonet of men. He's speaking now, or murmuring, "Where's my serpent of old Nile?" For so he calls me. Now I feed myself with most delicious poison. Think on me, that am with Phoebus's amorous pinches black and wrinkled deep in time. Broad-fronted Caesar, when thou wast here above the ground, I was a morsel for a monarch, and great Pompey would stand and make his eyes grow in my brow. There would he anchor his aspect and die with looking on his life.
Sovereign of Egypt, hail!
How much unlike art thou, Mark Antony! Yet coming from him, that great medicine hath with his tinct gilded thee. How goes it with my brave Mark Antony?
Last thing he did, dear queen, he kissed, the last of many doubled kisses, this orient pearl. His speech sticks in my heart.
Mine ear must pluck it thence.
Good friend, quoth he, say the firm Roman to great Egypt sends this treasure of an oyster, at whose foot, to mend the petty present, I will piece her opulent throne with kingdoms. All the East, say thou, shall call her mistress. So he nodded, and soberly did mount an arm-gaunt steed, who neighed so high that what I would have spoke was beastly dubbed by him.
What was he, sad or merry?
Like to the time of the year between the extremes of hot and cold, he was nor sad nor merry.
Oh, well-divided disposition! Note him, good Charmian. 'Tis the man, but note him. He was not sad, for he would shine on those that make their looks by his. He was not merry, which seemed to tell them his remembrance lay in Egypt with his joy. But between both, oh, heavenly mingle! Be'st thou sad or merry, the violence of either becomes, and so does it no man else. Metst thou my posts?
Ay, madam, 20 several messengers. Why do you send so thick?
Who's born that day when I forget to send to Antony shall die a beggar. Ink and paper, Charmian. Welcome, my good Alexis. Did I, Charmian, ever love Caesar so?
Oh, that brave Caesar.
Be choked with another emphasis. Say the brave Antony.
The valiant Caesar.
By Isis, I will give thee bloody teeth if thou with Caesar paragon again, my man of men.
By your grace, most gracious pardon, I sing but after you.
My salad days, when I was green in judgment, cold in blood, to say as I said then. But come away, get me ink and paper. He shall have every day a several greeting, or I'll unpeople Egypt. Come hither, sir. Though it be honest, it is never good to bring bad news. Give to a gracious message an host of tongues, but let ill tidings tell themselves when they be felt.
I have done my duty.
Is he married? I cannot hate thee worser than I do if thou again say yes.
He's married, madam.
The gods confound thee! Dost thou hold there still?
Oh, should I lie, madam?
Oh, I would thou didst, so half my Egypt were submerged and made a cistern for scaled snakes. Go, get thee hence. Hadst thou Narcissus in thy face, to me thou wouldst appear most ugly. He's married?
Oh, I crave your highness's pardon.
He's married?
Oh, take no offence that I would not offend you. Oh, to punish me for what you make me do seems much unequal. He's married to Octavia.
Oh, that his fault should make a knave of thee, that art not what thou art sure of. Get thee hence. The merchandise which thou hast bought from Rome are all too dear for me. Lie they upon thy hand, and be undone by them.
Good, your highness, patience.
In praising Antony, I have dispraised Caesar.
Many times, madam.
I'm paid for it now. Lead me from hence, I faint. Oh, Iris, Charmian. 'Tis no matter. Go to the fellow, good Alexis. Bid him report the feature of Octavia, her years, her inclination. Let him not leave out the colour of her hair. Bring me word quickly. Let him for ever go. Oh, let him not, Charmian. Though he be painted one way like a Gorgon, the other way's a Mars. Bid Alexis, bring me word how tall she is.
Favours, by Jove that thunders. What art thou, fellow?
One that performs the bidding of the fullest man, and worthiest to have command obeyed.
Approach there, are you kite? Now gods and devils. Authority melts from me of late. When I cried ho, like boys unto our most kings would start forth and cry, your will? Have you no ears? I am Antony yet. Take hence this jack and whip him. Moon and stars, whip him. Were 20 of the greatest tributaries that do acknowledge Caesar, should I find him so saucy with the hand of she, what's her name? Since she was Cleopatra. Whip him, fellows, till like a boy you see him cringe his face and whine aloud for mercy. Take him hence.
Mark Antony!
Tug him away. Being whipped, bring him again. This Jack of Caesar shall bear as an errand to him. You were half blasted ere I knew you. Ha! Have I my pillow left unpressed in Rome, for bond the getting of a lawful race, and by a gem of a woman to be abused by one who looks on feeders?
My lord.
You have been a boggler ever. But when we in our viciousness grow hard, oh misery on't, the wise gods seal our eyes in our own filth and drop our clear judgments, make us adore our errors, laugh at what while we strut to our confusion.
How has it come to this?
I found you as a morsel, cold upon dead Caesar's trencher. Nay, you were a fragment of Gnaeus Pompey's. Besides, what hotter hours unregistered in vulgar fame you have luxuriously picked out, for I am sure, though you can guess what temperance should be, you know not what it is.
Wherefore is this?
To let a fellow that will take rewards and say, God quit you, be familiar with my playfellow, your hand, this kingly seal and plighter of high hearts. Oh, that I were upon the hill of Bassan to outroar the horned herd, for I have savage cause, and to proclaim it civilly were like a haltered neck which does the hangman thank for being yar about him.
Have you done yet?
Alack, our terrene moon is now eclipsed, and it pretends alone the fall of Antony.
I must stay his time.
To flatter Caesar, would you mingle eyes with one that ties his points?
Know me yet?
Cold-hearted toward me.
Oh dear, if I be so, from my cold heart let heaven engender hail, and poison it in the source, and the first stone drop in my neck, as it determines, so dissolve my life. The next Caesarean smite, till by degrees the memory of my womb, together with my brave Egyptians all, by the discandying of this pelleted storm, lie graveless, till the flies and gnats of Nile have buried them for prey.
I am satisfied.
O sun, burn the great sphere thou movest in. Darkling stand the varying shore of the world. Antony, Antony, Antony. Help, Charmian, help, Iris, help. Help, friends below, let's draw him hither.
Peace. Not Caesar's valour hath overthrown Antony, but Antony's hath triumphed on itself.
So it should be that none but Antony should conquer Antony. But woe 'tis so.
He is dying, madam. The importun's death.
I dare not kiss him.
I importune death awhile until of many thousand kisses, the poor last I lay upon thy lips.
I dare not, dear. Dear my lord, pardon. I dare not, lest I be taken. Not the imperious show of the full fortune Caesar ever shall be broached with me. If knife, drugs, serpents have edge, sting, or operation, I am safe. Your wife Octavia, with her modest eyes and still conclusion, shall acquire no honour demurring upon me. But come, come, Antony, help me, my women. We must draw thee up. Assist, good friends.
Oh, quick, or I am gone.
His sport indeed. How heavy weighs my lord. Our strength is all gone into heaviness that makes the weight. Had I great Juno's power, the strong wind Mercury should fetch thee up and set thee by Jove's side. Yet come a little. Wishes were ever fools. Die where thou hast lived. Quicken with kissing. Had my lips that power, thus would I. I wear them out.
I am dying, Egypt, dying. Give me some wine and let me speak a little.
No, let me speak, and let me rail so high that the false housewife Fortune break her wheel provoked by my offence.
One word, sweet queen, of Caesar seek your honour with safety.
They do not go together.
Gentle, hear me. None about Caesar trust, but Proculeus.
My resolution and my hands I'll trust, none about Caesar.
The miserable change, now at my end, lament nor sorrow at, but please your thoughts in feeding them with those my former fortunes, wherein I lived, the greatest prince o' the world, the noblest, and do now not basely die, not cowardly put off my helmet to my countrymen, a Roman by a Roman, valiantly vanquished. Now my spirit is going. I can no more.
Noblest of men, would die? Hast thou no care of me? Shall I abide in this dull world, which in thy absence is no better than a sty? Oh, see, my women, the crown of the earth doth melt, my lord. Oh, withered is the garland of the war, the soldier's pole is fallen. Young boys and girls are level now with men. The odds is gone, and there is nothing left remarkable beneath the visiting moon.
Wow, thank you, cast. One of my absolute favourite Shakespearean plays, Antony and Cleopatra. So moving. What a love story too. One of the great love stories of all time. So we change pace again now. And I'm delighted to say we have another piece by local author Leslie North. You may have heard Leslie earlier reading 3 of her own poems. We've had a Leslie story, and now we have another short love story, this one with a twist, I'd say, called Just Love, which is written by Leslie and read today by Sean Waters. The stage is yours, Sean.
He wouldn't admit that anything was wrong. That was the worst thing. I thought maybe I was imagining it, but I wasn't. He became like a stranger, but a really polite stranger. He started to say sorry if he touched me. I never understand that, do you? Why people say sorry if they touch you. They do, though. But not your husband. I wanted to go to Relate, marriage guidance, but he wouldn't go. He said there was no point. He was quite happy. He wasn't, though. He was bloody miserable. He's never been a talker, you see. Even when we were courting, he wouldn't say, I love you. It's easy enough, isn't it? But he couldn't do it. He doesn't talk to women, you see. He seems to be talking to them, but he doesn't think of them as mates. He thinks of them as women, something different. He wouldn't make love to me. I tried everything you can think of, and a few things you can't. He used to say he had a headache. Funny, isn't it? I thought next thing it would be the wrong time of the month. Anyway, I thought, well, it's got to be another woman, hasn't it? So I got really suspicious. I started going through his pockets. It's not like me, but I really wanted to find something just so I'd know. I did in the end. I wished I hadn't. It was a bill, dated about a month back from Marshall's. A really posh shop, 40 quid for a pair of knickers. And this was for a negligee. Well, you can imagine, I was furious. I wasn't sad anymore, just angry. He's on nights at the moment, and I'm at work in the day, so I thought, right, I'll take the afternoon off, he'll be asleep, and I'll get my things and I'll go. I didn't care about the house or the kids, I just wanted to leave. When I got in, I thought I could hear someone moving about upstairs, which was funny because he usually sleeps through the day, but I didn't think anything of it. I went up to the bedroom and opened the door and saw this woman standing with her back to me in this blue silk negligee. Marshall's, of course. My mouth went dry. I didn't know what to do. Then she turned round. You'll never believe who it was. It was David. Blonde wig, makeup, the lot. I just stood there. And he just stood there. And then do you know what he said? Blue's not really my colour, is it, Jean? And then there were tears running down his face and all his mascara started to run. Do you know, I really loved him then. I mean, real love, like you feel for your kids. Nothing to do with being a man and a woman. Just love.
Ah, really lovely. Well read, Sian. And what a twist at the end. I don't know how many of you saw that coming. I didn't when I read the play the first time. Thank you for that. And we're moving on. We're still in the present day. Next up, we have a showcase of another local writer, Mr. Loz Keel. Loz is perhaps best known for writing pantomimes. Since 2009, he's written 7 for local Amdram, including 4 performed by Teddington Theatre Club. And last year, his adapted version of Dick Whittington was cast and recorded by us as a radio play, and it's still available to view on our YouTube channel. In 2018, Loz was a finalist in the Arts Richmond New Plays Festival with his short play, Tia and the Falcon. Today's play, Victim of the Zeitgest, is a modern-day portrait of one man's increasing frustration at things beyond his control. Think of the Greek tragedy Medea, but with a role reversal. This piece is directed by Mandy Stenhouse.
Victim of the Zeitgeist by Loz Keel, a one-act short play. Victim. A definition. Someone who has come to feel helpless and passive in the face of real or perceived misfortune. Zeitgeist. A definition. The general intellectual, moral and cultural climate of an era. Part 1. Her. Jane enters and gently and quietly closes the door behind her.
Sleep well. Ah, there we are. All put to bed at last.
Jane pours herself a drink and talks to it.
Oh, God, I love you.
She drinks it and pours herself another one.
Well deserved. Liquid courage. Where would I be without wine? I'll tell you where. Still leading the simple life of a simple housewife. Look at me now. After years of domestic servitude, I've changed things to suit me. I could have lived the rest of my life as I was. But was that living? Some would say yes. Some are happy with exactly that. A loving family, 2 great children full of amazing potential, a writer husband with an incredibly successful play. That would have been an easier life. But no, I made a decision. I made changes. It wasn't easy, but I made a decision and I stand by it. But God, I'm tired. No, not tired, weary. I feel stretched. But I'm not broken yet. Come on, world. Bring on the next challenge.
Part 2. Him. Martin enters.
Hi, honey, I'm home.
Oh.
Hey.
Hey.
How are the kids?
Good, thanks. No, better than good. I've had a lovely evening.
They weren't too much trouble?
Of course not. A little excitable, but I expected that. No trouble at all.
Good.
Have a drink.
Why not?
Martin pours himself a drink. Jane finishes hers and refills her glass.
To us, raising our two brilliant kids.
Santé.
Oh, santé. French. Très bon. I like it. Very spontaneous. I'm planning on being more spontaneous myself in the future.
What?
I'm planning on being more spontaneous myself.
Oh, I get it. It's like humour, but different.
Yes, like humour.
So, how was your day of meetings?
Fine, thank you. We ended up having a couple of glasses.
Oh, where did you go?
That trendy place, the Modern Eunuch.
Oh, I thought it's so overcrowded there. No one goes there anymore. How were your meetings?
Oh, they seem to go well, but who can tell? I love the arts, but the people can be tricky. Everyone's an actor, and some of the better ones aren't on stage, if you get my meaning.
Martin, I always get your meaning. They liked your next project?
They seemed to. They said they did.
But...
Well, they said the Zeitgest was against me.
Sounds scary.
It's just the wrong time to be a man writing plays.
But if the play is good...
Well, it doesn't matter, apparently. Look at the crap Skylar Khaleesi has written. And she's the toast of the West End. 2 plays on currently and another one coming. She can't knock them out fast enough.
They're not good?
Complete rubbish. But it's Skylar Khaleesi this and Skylar Khaleesi that. If I never hear her name again, it'll be too soon.
Then why?
It's all about writing the balance, apparently.
Didn't you tell them, you owner, this is what a feminist looks like t-shirt?
You're not helping.
But you can't help being a middle-aged white man.
I know. It's a curse.
You need a thing.
Well, yes, but what?
Maybe you could be gay.
Oh, it's a possibility. I tried it once at uni. Not really my bag, no. Sadly, I think I'm stuck being a white, straight man.
Seems you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Oh, yes, monumental mistiming. Oh, but why me? 20 years ago? No, not even that long. 3 years ago, everything was fine. I blame Weinstein, Spacey and that lot. It's all prizes for female this and female that. Positive discrimination, they call it. Quotas to be filled. To confuse things further, gender's fluid these days. And sexuality. Everybody under the age of 25 is bisexual. It's greedy, if you ask me. Wanting the best of both worlds, sleeping with whoever they want. They should just make up their minds and choose a side like we did. Make a decision for once. It's not my fault that no one wants to hear what a middle-aged white man has to say anymore. What happened to the idea of a meritocracy?
Well, it'll probably change.
God, in my lifetime, it won't.
You have an empty glass. Would you like another?
Why would I want another empty glass? The funny thing is, I'm not unsympathetic. And I understand it. I understand why it's all happening. Except Wimbledon.
Wimbledon?
Yes, that's not fair. The men play 5 sets and the women play 3.
So?
They get the same prize money. It's not fair.
It's quality over quantity.
You don't believe that?
Actually, no, I don't. I think it's as ridiculous as you do. But it's not the same as your other pet peeves.
Pet peeves? This is my life. This affects me on a deep emotional level.
You don't have a deep emotional level.
And I think I've got asteroids.
You mean hemorrhoids?
I call them asteroids.
You would.
I love watching women's football.
Please don't.
No, really, I do.
Please, for the love of all that's holy, don't say it.
Especially when they change shirts at the end.
I'm not actually sure they do that anymore.
No, but...
Leave it.
Okay.
Look, let's focus on the good things. You have a talent. You proved that already with your first play. A huge hit. And you will again with another one.
I haven't yet.
But you will.
Martin drinks.
Thank you. Why are you doing this?
What?
Well, being so supportive. Do you think if my next play is successful, somehow that lets you off the hook?
What?
If my next play is good, if it does well and makes money, you think you'll be off the hook? Well, it doesn't work that way.
How dare you?
How dare I? You're my wife. That's how I dare.
Keep your voice down. The kids are just next door.
I don't want to stop you in full flow, but technically they are 2 rooms away.
Ah!
What?
We would have less arguments if you weren't so pedantic.
Fewer.
Eh?
Fewer arguments.
My point in a nutshell.
I don't like it when we argue.
What? Go on. Say it.
Say what?
Tell me how everything is my fault.
Isn't it?
How dare you?
You think it's my fault?
Isn't it? Perhaps if you weren't so wet.
Wet?
And useless. Wet and useless.
Oh, this is typical of you, trying to justify your actions by blaming me.
Perhaps you should look at yourself once in a while.
You think I don't? You think I don't wonder what happened? What I could have done differently? You think how maybe if I begged...
You see, I told you, weak. It took a long while for me to realise, but...
But?
I used to think you were strong. I will always cherish the initial misconceptions I had about you.
I'm sorry.
The thought of you has always been better than the reality of you.
Well, why do you do this to me? How do you always manage to make me feel this way? Being around you lowers my self-esteem.
Low self-esteem? Well, that's common in total losers.
No, that's wrong. Self-esteem stems from...
Please don't mansplain.
I wasn't. I was just trying to make you understand. If I was mansplaining, I would...
Are you now actually mansplaining?
Well, no, Yes.
Oh, please, grow a pair. I pity you. And I regret nothing.
But...
Part 3. The reveal.
No, I'm sorry, Martin. Leaving you was the best thing I ever did.
Part 4. Anger.
Bloody Lance.
Yes, Lance.
Why him?
He's decent, strong, powerful.
Decent, strong and powerful. Easy to be decent, strong and powerful when your daddy is a millionaire.
Martin, please don't.
And that was luck. You know how much he invested? £30,000, that's it. 30,000. Sold his shares 25 years later for 102 million. Luck. Pure luck. Dominoes. They're not even decent pizzas. Doughy, American, tasteless pieces of...
Calm down.
And the money he invested was his father's to begin with.
Calm down and sit down.
I don't want to.
Sit down.
Okay, but I want to make it clear I'm only sitting down because I want to, not because you told me to.
Sit down.
Martin sits.
That's better.
They sit in silence. Then...
Why him?
Not this again.
I honestly believe you're still in love with me.
I'm not still in love with you.
You're in denial.
Grow up. You're deluded.
Is he good?
Martin, don't.
Is he good?
Yes.
Better than me?
Why do you want to know?
I just do.
They sit in silence again.
I've not been happy since you left.
I'm not responsible for your happiness.
Oh, come back to me. Please come back.
Stop it. I'm not coming back. Stop blaming everyone else. Take responsibility for your own life and move on.
Part 5. Begging.
Please don't say that.
Stop grovelling.
But...
I've had enough. I'm leaving.
Please don't.
He'll be expecting me.
But...
I don't know how I stayed with you for as long as I did.
Jane!
Goodbye, Martin. I'll be in touch and we'll sort out the next time I can come over and see my children.
Our children.
Whatever. Oh, and while I think about it, stop delegating decisions to the kids. They're kids. You have to make the decisions, not them. Stop asking them where they want to go to school, what they want for lunch.
But I want them to be happy.
They're children. Of course they're happy. But they have to do what you say. You have to be the adult.
But...
No buts. You're the adult. Stop trying to be their friend and be their parent. I'm leaving now.
Don't leave like this. Well, things were going so well.
No, they weren't. Goodbye, Martin. I'll be in touch.
Oh, Jane. Well, we've things to talk about.
Part 6. She leaves.
What we're... Jane! Are you there? Jane! She's gone.
Part 7. Tired.
It's not easy bringing up 2 kids on your own. It's lonely. The phone never rings anymore. I lost half my friends when I got married, and Jane took the other half with her when she left. It's just me and the kids, and well, that's enough to drive anybody over the edge. Where do they get their energy from? I try and keep up, I really do, but it's impossible. Day after day, they drive me mad. I try to keep cool, but sometimes I just want to... I don't want to. The other day, I found myself shouting at them, "Remember, it takes 44 muscles to ask you to behave nicely and only 4 to pull the trigger of a gun and shut you up once and for all." No, 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 no. Oh, God.
Martin pours himself another drink and walks to the door.
I'd never do anything to hurt you. Really, I wouldn't. What is wrong with me? Why do I feel this way?
Part 8. And another thing.
So many things wrong with the world. Anti-misogyny is only the tip of the iceberg. So many things.
He pours another drink. He remains to all outward appearance sober, but the alcohol is obviously having an effect.
So many things making me feel this way. I'll tell you what's wrong. Let's start with so-called social media and the people living vicariously through versions of themselves that don't exist. That Zuckerberg fella, selling us the idea of a more connected world, wanting us to be more connected. To do this, we have to sit on our own in front of a screen. Come on! Then there's reality TV, or even worse, scripted reality TV, whatever the hell that is. Apparently, 70,000 people applied to be on Love Island last year. Can that be true? Even if it's not, it was a lot. To make matters worse, and this is true, 3 years ago, Love Island won a BAFTA, a British Academy Film and Television Award, beating The Blue Planet 2. Yes, you heard right, The Blue Planet 2. Filmed over 4 years and across 39 countries, and which stirred the world to action with its revelations of plastic killing our seas and oceans, the programme that single-handedly eradicated every single plastic straw from London, didn't win a BAFTA. But Love Island did. I mean, what the... Who watches it anyway? And how can they tell everyone apart?
He pours another drink.
Some friends got engaged recently. Ah, I hear you say. How lovely. How romantic. But no. He chose to make one of their most beautiful memories in the most public, on a crowded beach with an audience, in front of hundreds of strangers, filmed for social media. Horrendously cheap and awful. Truly, truly awful.
His head in his hand.
Rumour has it he only proposed because he'd run out of things to say. I'll give it 6 months. Less.
He pours another drink. Sits and despairs.
And don't fall for the modern conspiracy that you need to work longer and longer to earn more and more money so you can afford even more stuff. That's not living. That's just paying bills, making someone else's dreams come true.
Realisation.
Also, don't be a hoarder, worried about old age. You probably won't live that long anyway. Don't worry about your legacy. It doesn't matter what we leave behind. Do you think that anyone, when feeling the cold hand of mortality on their shoulder, cared? Of course not. They'd have given anything for another few days, another few hours, another few minutes. Actually do matter. Certainly not possessions and wealth, only people. It's always been people. Who really leaves anything worthwhile behind? Children, maybe. It's only regret at that point. Regret for the things you didn't do. Opportunities not taken. Nights wasted staying in on your own. The times when you cut off your nose to spite your face, believing someone else would care or even notice. The path untrodden, the words unspoken, the people. We should do what makes us happy. Live before it's too late. You want to go somewhere? Go! You want someone to know how you feel? Tell them. Awkward is brief, regret is eternal, life is but fleeting. Grab it, grasp it, cling to it for all you're worth. There is no coming back. This, my friends, is it. All these thoughts in my head. Day after day, week after week. Oh, sleepless nights, unforgiving days. Oh, damn those children. Oh, God. I'm so tired.
Part 9. And relax.
I need to relax. Take my mind off it all. Jane has this way of riling me up. Normally, I'm so calm.
Part 10. The ending. Martin pours himself another drink, takes a seat, and tries to relax.
Alexa.
Beep.
Play Radio 4.
BBC Radio 4 from TuneIn. Join us tomorrow for more Archers, when Rex surprises Pip by taking her up Lakey Hill at midnight, and Adam sees some animals in the distance which Tom Archer believes is a load of bullocks. And now, Front Row with John Wilson.
Ah, yes.
Tonight on Front Row, we look at the rise of women artistic directors, producers and writers.
What? No.
Later, we go to live to hear the results of the Women's Prize for Fiction 2019. No. And finally, we'll talk to Skylar Khaleesi about her new play and how difficult it is to be a woman in the arts in 2020.
Martin, played by Andy Hewitt.
Jane, played by Zoe Arden.
Narrator, Alexa, announcer, played by Ron Hudson.
Thank you very much to the cast, director and writer, all locals, all part of our community, of Victim of the Zeitgeist. Now, a very different change of scene for us now. Some of you, I hope, are aware that February is LGBT plus History Month, and you may have seen some of our social media posts on that subject. And our next piece talks to that subject too, via a series of letters which tell of some same-sex relationships which were in their time considered scandalous or covert or perhaps open to speculation. Socialite Violet Trefusis and author Vita Sackville-West were two prominent and successful 20th century women. But their lengthy affair ultimately became subject matter for other commentators and writers. In 17th century Japan, though, homosexual love was fully integrated and non-stigmatized in some parts of society, including between samurai warriors, as you'll soon hear. In the 19th century, King Ludwig II's infatuation with composer Richard Wagner led to some people declaring him insane. Now, one of the most public and infamous all-male love affairs was that of Oscar Wilde and Lord Alfred Douglas, or Bosie as he called him, which ultimately led to Oscar's trial, imprisonment and premature death. Alexander Hamilton and John Lawrence were two of America's founding fathers, and their letters raised speculation about how close they really were. George Villiers was King James I's favourite at court, but were they also lovers? And Wilfred Owen wrote passionately in letters to fellow First World War poet Siegfried Sassoon, but was it just platonic, as many people care to believe? And the same question can be asked of the great orator Fronto and Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius. Well, sit back and decide for yourselves as you hear our letters of forbidden love. First to read, Enid Gale.
22nd July 1910. Violet Trefusis to Vita Sackville-West. For 16 nights I have listened expectantly for the opening of my door, for the whispered Lushka as you entered my room, and tonight I am alone. What shall I do? How can I sleep? I don't want to sleep for fear of waking up, thinking you near by my side and stretching out my arms to clasp nothingness. Mitya, do you remember this? All that I know of love, I learned of you. And I know that lovers can know, since passionately loving to be loved. The subtlety of your wise body moved my senses to a curiosity. And your wise heart adorned itself for me. Did you not? Did you not teach me how to love you, how to win you, how to suffer for you now, since you have made as long as life endures? My very nerves, my very senses yours. I suffer for you now for that same skill of self-consuming ecstasy whose thrill made death one day the thought of it remove. You gathered form, the very hands of love. I think you now do realize that this can't go on, that we must once and for all take our courage in both hands and go away together. What sort of life can you lead here? Yours an infamous and degrading lie to the world, officially bound to someone you don't care for, perpetually with that someone that in itself constitutes an outrage to me, being constantly watched and questioned, watched to see if the expected reaction is not taking place, questioned to some quite sure that there is no one else. I, not caring a damn for anyone but you, utterly lost, miserably incomplete, condemned to leading a futile, purposeful existence, which no longer holds the smallest attraction for me. A cheery picture, isn't it? And you know how true it is. At all events, I implore you to run the HN fiction to death. It is the only thing that can save us, the only thing that can ensure peace for both of us. En attendant, I think there is a lot to be said for being temporarily dead. Mitya, what stabs me like a knife is to remember you here in this room, watching the last things being packed, preparatory to going away with you a fortnight ago. When I think of that and you waiting for me on the stairs, I feel quite faint from the pain of it all. My God, how exultant we were. And now, les enfants sont debout, c'est dread, sont c'est free. There is nothing to look forward to, nothing. I never thought I would or could love like this.
Samurai warrior Mashida Toyonoshin to samurai warrior Mariwaku Gonkuru. Baisin Province, Cabin 7, 1667, 3rd month, 26th day. From the very beginning, when I first said, "This body is no longer my own," I understood that I would have to die if the nature of our relationship were ever revealed. Now that this situation has come about, I feel no particular sorrow. Tonight, I shall fight to the finish at a mountain temple. In view of our years of intimacy, I am deeply hurt that you should hesitate to die with me, lest it prove to be a barrier to my salvation in the next life. I decided to include in this final testament all of the grudges against you that have accumulated in me since we first met. First, I made my way at night to your distant residence a total of 327 times over the past 3 years. Not once did I fail to encounter trouble of some kind. To avoid detection by patrols making their nightly rounds, I disguised myself as a servant and hid my face beyond my sleeve, or hobbled along with a cane or a lantern dressed like a priest. No one knows the lengths I went in order to meet you. Remember last year, the 20th day of the 11th month? I was gravely ill, with worry about you, I am sure, and my mother stayed at me at my bedside all evening. I was convinced that I would not see morning, but the thought of dying without one last meeting with you was unbearable. I cursed the light of the rising moon and made my way in disarray to your door. Surely you'd recognize my footsteps. But my only welcome was to have you extinguish the lamp and hush your conversation. How cruel you were to me. I would love to know who your companion was that night. Next, last spring, I casually wrote the poem. My sleeves rot, soaked with tears of jealous rage, and with them, alas, rots my good reputation, ruined for the sake of love. I wrote this on the back of a fan painted by Kuno Unami in the pattern of a riot of flowers. You took it and said, "The breeze from this fan will help me bear the flames of our love this summer." How happy you made me. But shortly it came to my attention that you gave your fan to your attendant Kishisuke with a note across the poem that said, "This calligraphy is terrible." Again, when I asked you for your favourite lark as a gift, the one you got from the birdcatcher Joby, you refused and gave it to Kudmara Sohoki instead. He is, of course, the most handsome boy in the household. My jealousy has not abated yet. Next, on the 11th day of the 4th month past, the Lord ordered all of his young attendants from the inner chamber to practice horseback riding. Setsubara Tawazomen was kind enough to tell me that the back of my skirt was soiled and brushed it off for me. You were standing directly behind me, but did not tell me about it. In fact, you saw an exchange of amused glances with Kazura Korojuru. After our years of love together, such a thing should never happen. Next. On the 18th of the 5th month, you were angry with me for talking well into the night with a Gosara Hanya. As I explained to you that night, he came for recitation practice, along with Ogakaki Mosaburu and Machihara Tomoya. There were no other visitors. Hanya is still a mere child, Mogasaburo is my age, and Tomoya, you know. There should be no problem with our getting together to practice every night if we wish, yet you are so still full of suspicions. I find your frequent insinuating remarks very upsetting. By the gods of Japan, I swear that I still cannot forget my anger at your distrust. Next, since the time when we first become lovers, you never once saw me to my house when we bid each other farewell in the morning. In fact, in all these years, you only twice saw me as far as to the bridge in front of Unimes. If you love someone, you should be willing to see them safely home through wilds filled with wolves and tigers. Though I hold this and that grudge against you, the fact is, I cannot bring myself to stop loving you. You must be the work of some strange fate. To weep is my only comfort. For the sake of our friendship up to now, I ask you to pray, even if but once, for my rebirth in paradise. How strange to think that the impertinence of this world should also affect me. While yet in bloom, is it buffeted by an unexpected gale. The morning glory falls with the dew, ere evenings draws nigh. These are the thoughts that I wanted to leave with you. Evening, my last, is drawing nigh, so I shall bid you farewell.
Ludwig II to Richard Wagner. Perschlin, 4th of August, 1865. My one, my much-loved friend, you expressed to me your sorrow that, as it seems to you, each one of our last meetings has only brought pain and anxiety to me. Or must I then remind my loved one of Brynhilda's words? Not only in gladness and enjoyment, but in suffering also, love makes man blessed. When does my friend think of coming to the hilltop, to the woodland's aromatic breezes? Should a stay in that particular spot not altogether suit? Why, I beg my dear one to choose any of my other mountain cabins for his residence. What is mine is his. Perhaps we may meet on the way between the wood and the world, as my friend expressed it. To thee I am wholly devoted, for thee only to live. Unto death your own, your faithful, Ludwig.
Richard Wagner to his brother-in-law, 10th of September, 1865. I hope now for a long period to gain strength again by quiet work. This is made possible for me by the love of an unimaginably beautiful and thoughtful being. It seems that it had to be even so greatly gifted a man, and one so destined for me as the young king of Bavaria. What he is to me, no one can imagine. My guardian. In his love, I completely rest and fortify myself towards the completion of my task.
Ludwig II to Richard Wagner. Horschenwangau, 2nd of November, 1865. My one friend, my ardently beloved. This afternoon at 3:30, I returned from a glorious tour in Switzerland. How this land delighted me. There I found your dear letter, deepest. You have fixed my life.
Oscar Wilde to Lord Alfred Douglas. My own dear boy, I hope the cigarettes arrive all right. I lunched with Gladys de Grey, Reggie and Alec York there. They want me to go to Paris with them on Thursday. They say one wears flannels and straw hats and dines in the Bois. But of course, I have no money as usual and can't go. Besides, I want to see you. It is really absurd. I can't live without you. You are so dear, so wonderful. I think of you all day long and miss your grace, your boyish beauty, the bright swordplay of your wit, the delicate fancy of your genius, so surprising always in its sudden swallow flights towards north and south, towards sun and moon, and above all, yourself. The only thing that consoles me is what Sybil of Mortimer Street, whom mortals call Mrs. Robinson, said to me. If I could disbelieve her, I would, but I can't. And I know that early in January, you and I will go away together for a long voyage, and that your lovely life goes always hand in hand with mine. My dear, wonderful boy, I hope you are brilliant and happy. I went to Bertie. Today I wrote at home, then went and sat with my mother. Death and love seem to walk on either side as I go through life. They are the only things I think of. Their wings shadow me. London is a desert without your dainty feet. Write me a line and take all my love, now and forever, always and with devotion. But I have no words for how I love you. Oscar.
Rita Sackville West to Virginia Woolf. I am reduced to a thing that wants Virginia. I composed a beautiful letter to you in the sleepless nightmare hours of the night, and it's all gone. I just miss you. In a quite simple, desperate human way, you, with all your unnumb letters, would never write so elementary a phrase as that. Perhaps you wouldn't even feel it, and yet I believe you'll be sensible of a little gap. But you'd close it in so exquisite a phrase that it would lose a little of its reality. Whereas with me it is quite stark. I miss you even more than I could have believed. And I was prepared to miss you quite a good deal. So this letter is really just a squeal of pain. It is incredible how essential to me you have become. I suppose you are accustomed to people saying these things. Damn you, spoiled creature. I shan't make you love me any more by giving myself away like this. But oh, my dear, I can't be clever and standoffish with you. I love you too much for that, too truly. You have no idea how standoffish I can be with those I don't love. I have brought it to a fine art. But you have broken down my defenses, and I really don't resent it.
Alexander Hamilton to John Lawrence, April 1779. Cold in my professions, warm in my friendships. I wish, my dear Lawrence, it were in my power, by actions rather than words, to convince you that I love you. I shall only tell you that till you bade us adieu, I hardly knew the value you had taught my heart to set upon you. Indeed, my friend, it was not well done. You know the opinion I entertain of mankind, and how much it is my desire to preserve myself free from particular attachments, and to keep my happiness independent of the caprice of others. You should not have taken advantage of my sensibility to steal into my affections without my consent. But as you have done it, and as we are generally indulgent to those we love, I shall not scruple to pardon the fraud you have committed, on one condition, that for my sake, if not for your own, you will always continue to merit the partiality with which you have so artfully instilled into me. And now, my dear, as we are on the subject of wife, I empower and command you to get me one in Carolina. Such a wife as I want will, I know, be difficult to be found, but if you succeed, it will be the stronger proof of your zeal and dexterity. If you should not readily meet with a lady that you think answers my description, you can only advertise in the public papers, and doubtless you will hear of many who will be glad to become candidates for such a prize as I am. To excite their emulation, it will be necessary for you to give an account of their lover, his size, make, quality of mind and body, achievements, expectations, fortune, etc. In drawing my picture, you will no doubt be civil to your friend. Mind you do justice to the length of my nose. After rewriting what I've written, I'm ready to ask myself, What could have put into my head to hazard this joie de folie? Do I want a wife? No. I have plagues enough without desiring to add to that number the greatest of all. And if I was silly enough to do it, I should take care how I employ a proxy. Did I mean to show my wit? If I did, I'm sure I've missed my aim. Did I intend to frisk? This I have succeeded, but I have done more. I have gratified my feelings by lengthening out the only course of intercourse now in my power with my friend. Adieu. Yours, A. Hamilton.
James I to George Villiers, Marquess of Buckingham, 17th May 1620. My only sweet and dear child, thy dear dad sends thee his blessing this morning, and also to his daughter. The Lord of heaven send you a sweet and blithe wakening, all kind of comfort in your sanctified bed, and bless the fruits thereof, that I may have sweet bedchamber boys to play with, and this is my daily prayer, sweetheart. When thou risest, keep thee from importunity of people that may trouble thy mind, that at meeting I may see thy white teeth shine upon me, and so bear me comfortable company in my journey. And so God bless thee, hoping thou wilt not forget to read over again my former letter. James R. December 1622. My only sweet and dear child, I am now so miserable a coward as I do nothing but weep and mourn, for I protest to God I rode this afternoon a great way in the park without speaking to anybody, and the tears trickling down my cheeks, as now they do that I can scarcely see to write. But alas, what shall I do at our parting? The only small comfort I can have will be to pry in thy defects with the eye of an enemy, and of every mote to make a mountain, and so harden my heart against thy absence. But this little malice is like jealousy, proceeding from a sweet root. But in one point it overcometh it, for as it proceeds from love, so it cannot but end in love. Sweetheart, be earnest with Kate to come and meet thee at Newhall, within 8 or 10 days after this. Cast thee to be here tomorrow, as near about 2 in the afternoon as thou can, and come galloping hither. Remember thy picture, and suffer none of the council to come here. For God's sake, write not a word again, and let no creature see this letter. The Lord of heaven and earth to bless thee, and my sweet daughter, and my sweet little grandchild, and all thy blessed family, and send thee a happy return, both now and thou knows when, to thy dear dad and Christian gossip, James R.
Wilfred Owen to Siegfried Sassoon, Marham, Moncur Road, Shrewsbury, 5th of November, 1917. My dear Sassoon, when I opened your envelope in a quiet corner of the club staircase, I sat on the stairs and groaned a little, and then went up and loosened off a gird. A Gothic vacuum of a letter which I put by, as you would recommend for such effusions, until I could think over the thing without grain. I have also waited for this photograph. Show some rich anger, if you will. I thank you, but not on this paper only, or in any writing. You gave me, with what Christ, if he had known Latin and dealt in oxymoron, might have called sinister dexterity. I imagined you were entrusting me with some holy secret concerning yourself. A secret, however, it shall be until such time as I shall have climbed to the housetops and you to the marionettes of the world. Smile the penny. This fact has not intensified my feelings for you by the least grain. Know that since mid-September, when you still regarded me as a tiresome little knocker on your door, I held you as Keats, Christ, Elijah, my colonel, and my father confessor, and Amenophis IV in profile. What's that, mathematically? In effect, it is this: that I love you. Dispassionately, so very much, dear fellow, that the blasting little smile you wear on reading this can't hurt me in the least. If you consider what the above names have severally done for me, you will know what you are doing. And you have fixed my life, however short. You did not light me, I was always a mad comet, but you have fixed me. I spun around you like a satellite for a month, but I shall swing out soon, a dark star in the orbit where you will blaze. It is some consolation to know that Jupiter himself sometimes swims out of ken. To come back to our sheep, as the French never say, I have had a perfect little note from Robert Ross, and have arranged a meeting at 12:30 on November the 9th. He mentions staying at Half Moon Street, but the house is full. What I most miss in Edinburgh, not Craig and Lockhart, is the conviviality of the four boys, le livre, to live. Some day I must tell how we sang, shouted, whistled and danced the dark lanes through Colinton, and how we laughed till the meteors showered around us, and we felt calm under the winter stars, and some of us saw the pathway of the spirits for the first time. And seeing it so far above us, and feeling the good road so safe beneath us, we praised God with louder whistling, and knew we loved one another as no men love for long. Which, if the bridge players, Craig and Lockhart, could have seen, they would have called down the wrath of Jave, and buried us under the fires of the city you wot of. To which also it is time you committed this letter. I wish you were less undemonstrative, for I have many adjectives with which to qualify myself. As it is, I can only say I am your proud friend, Owen.
Fronto to Marcus Aurelius as Caesar, 139 AD. Beloved boy, this is the third letter that I am sending you. No doubt you will wish to know at the very beginning of my discourse how it is that I, who am not in love, long with such eagerness for the very same thing as lovers. Just as we see in the case of fever patients and those who have taken right good exercise in the gymnasium, the same results proceed from different causes. They are both thirsty, the one from his malady, the other from his exercise. It has been my lot also to suffer some such malady from love. Money given by me, you would be right in calling a gift, but given by a lover, a quittance. The children of prophets say that to God's also is the thank offering among sacrifices more acceptable than the sin offering. For the one is offered by the prosperous for the preservation and possession of their goods, the other by the wretched for the averting of ills. Let this suffice to be said on what is expedient and beneficial both to you and to him. But if it is right that he should receive aid from you, you set this on a firm basis. You framed this love for him and devised Thessalian love charms, owing to his insatiable desire, unless you have manifestly done wrong. And do not ignore the fact that you are wronged and subject to no small outrage in this, that all men know and speak openly thus of you, that he is your lover, and so, by anticipation, and before being guilty of any such things, you abide the imputation of being guilty. Consequently, the generality of the citizens call you the man's darling. But I shall keep your name unsullied and inviolate. For as far as I'm concerned, you should be called beautiful, not darling. Your lover composes some amatory writings about you in the hope of attracting you to himself and catching you. But such things are a disgrace and an insult and a sort of licentious cry, the outcome of stinging lust, such as those of wild beasts and fed cattle that from sexual desire bellow or neigh or low or howl. If therefore you submit yourself to your lover, to enjoy where and when he pleases, awaiting neither time that is fitting nor leisure nor privacy, then like a beast in the frenzy of desire, will he make straight for you and be eager to go to it, not the least ashamed. One more thing I will tell you, and if you will pass it on to all the other boys, your words will seem convincing. Very likely you have heard from your mother, or from those who brought you up, that among flowers there is one that is indeed in love with the sun. and undergoes the fate of lovers, lifting itself up when the sun rises, following his motions as he runs his course, and when he sets, turning itself about. But it takes no advantage thereby, nor yet, for all its love for the sun, does it find him kinder. Maybe, O boy, you would like to see this flower. Well, I will show it to you if we go for a walk outside the city walls as far as the Ilyssus.